get that out?
Yeah, hold on, I'll do that.
Recorded live.
Yeah, I'm asking everyone that's not going to be talking to please mute out. Hi, everybody. It's January 29th, Saturday, and we have our special guest speaker, the Constitution Man, for part 2. Truth, I know you're there. Let me try and... I'm just going to have to mute everybody out. I'm so sorry. That way we don't have to worry about the nightly howler. And let me go through here and... okay, Truth, I see on the chat... just give me a minute, everybody, and I'll get this all under control. Okay. Truth, are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. Let me find Constitution Man here. What was it last time? Okay. There he is. I believe that's him. Hi, is that you, Constitution Man?
Yep, that's me.
Okay, great. Glad you could make it. I'm glad you came on for part 2. Everybody's lined up and ready to ask you questions. Did you want to start with anything in particular, or do you want to just start off with questions? Or
again, I would like to have a thank you and a remembrance for all the fine soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, doctors, nurses, and hospital workers that are constantly every day going out there putting themselves in harm's way to take care of business so that we can literally have the grace and luck to be doing what we're doing tonight, okay? And I want to thank every single soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Coast Guardsman out there, and the nurses and the doctors that man the hospitals and the hospital workers. And we also want to thank the police officers and the sheriffs like Sheriff Mack. We want to thank the good judges like that judge in Arizona. We want to thank. We will never forget you, just so you know. And I would dedicate that to our participation tonight.
I agree. I think we all pretty much agree with you on that one. Welcome. How are you tonight?
I'm working hard as usual. Unfortunately, my computer died yesterday afternoon, and I'm scrambling twice as hard. So we're working as best we can to try and keep things rolling. But
good.
It had been a faithful servant for a long time, since way back to 1992. It finally flashed that blue-colored screen and went black, and it hasn't come on since. So we don't know what happened. We got it in the shop right now, but we're working. You can't stop us. We're highly motivated and highly trained, sir. Yes, sir. We can run to the sun. We'll figure another way.
Wow, you're good.
We adapt. We innovate. We improvise. We survive.
Yes, we do. So, do you want to start off with taking questions, or did you want to say something else?
I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to caution folks. This is a very unique program, and we're taking these questions, and within practicality, some of you out there have some really big, serious legal situations and issues, and we would use up the whole night if we were to just take your one little case. So I don't want people to have any hurt feelings, and we can't take their whole big case tonight. But we really got to divert and stay on track and just take the questions, okay? Now, what we can do for those of you that have those really big problems is we can work out where you hook up with Truth, and she'll get you in touch with me, and then we'll go from there, okay? But I can't really take up the whole call line for one guy's case or one gal's case. That we just can't do that, and we saw that happening over and over again the other night. So I'm just going to have to say, look, there's no way I can do this in fairness to you and me and still do a good job. So what we need to do is have you get in touch with Truth and let Truth put you in touch with me, and then we'll figure a way to get you the help you need, okay? So with that aside, I just want to give that caution in the program so we can stay on track and keep the program running.
Okay, sounds like a plan. We're going to start off with Southeast Florida.
Okay.
Go ahead, Southeast Florida. Do you have a question?
Hello? Are you there?
Hello, Southeast Florida, Monroe County. Did you have a question? If not, we're going to move on. Southeast Florida, Monroe County. Maybe you have a mute button on your phone. You got to remember to unmute that too.
Oh yeah,
Otherwise,
I have no questions.
Okay. You didn't have a question?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you anyway.
Sorry.
All right. You got a lot of feedback. Okay. Ruthie 7. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, is that me?
That's you.
Okay. See, I got sued in state court, and I want to transfer that to, federal court. And then they have this, third-party complaint. Do I add the third-party complaint before I and file it in the state court before I remove it, or do I file a complaint and add it at the federal court level?
Well, here's the rules on that. The cases you want to look up are called Rooker-Feldman and Younger v. Harris. Rooker-Feldman and Younger v. Harris. You can just go on the internet and on the computer and call up, Yahoo or one of these Google programs and just look up the Rooker-Feldman Doctrine. Rooker-Feldman Doctrine. And that tells you all the rules that help you to remove the matter to federal court. Now, there's 5 basic criteria. One is you have to have exhausted your administrative procedures at the state court level. 2, you must be very seriously, being discriminated against or sincere, provable bias, predisposition, and, abuse of your rights. And then you must have a federal issue, okay? So it has to be a federal issue, and you're going to have to come up with a constitutional right would be a federal issue under Title 42 United States Code, Section 1983, 1985, and 1986. You also have a right to go into court under Title 31, Section 1331, which means you are an actual possessor of that right, okay? 1333, there are constitutional issues and questions of law. 1361, there are sworn officers who are sworn to uphold that law and are not doing it, okay? And 1441, which means you have a right to remove it to the federal court for these reasons, okay? Now, I'm going to tell you as a friend, whenever you want to do something like this, there's pluses and minuses, as always, When you go to the federal court, you're going to notice an improved quality and skill level of judges. You're going to notice a lot more courtesy than you usually get, okay? You're going to notice that they kind of really follow the rules a lot closer, okay? But they also like to bounce cases back in the state court under some pretext of frivolous or, that they don't feel you really have proven your issue of the jurisdiction or your issue of your right to remove, okay? So your right to remove is going to come under 31 U.S. Code, Rule 1441. So you're going to need to look up every one of these issues that I've just raised with you. Look up those court cases of Rooker v. Feldman and Younger v. Harris, and they will help you. Now, it's my honest opinion, and this is just my opinion, you're better off to remove it to the federal court first and then add all of your, because you're only going to get, in effect, one chance to redo your complaint. Do you understand?
Yes.
So you might as well make it perfect the first time and do all your amendments going into the federal court, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have to ask permission for, to redo it more than once, almost always, unless you can really show some serious issue, they don't like to let you keep, changing your complaint. And it can be rather expensive because they put fees on these things when you redo these things. So my counsel would be to take the thing remove it to the federal court and then put your whole complaint in the way you want it, and to include adding your other issues, okay? Because the first time they won't say nothing to you. The second time they'll start saying, hey, if you can show me some really good reason why we should allow you to amend your complaint, we'll be happy to do that. In other words, you're on bended knee. You don't want to be on bended knee because a lot of times you don't get what you want if you have to beg them for permission to do something.
Right. So right now the state doesn't have a federal question in it, but I have to get a federal question in it so that I can remove it. And how do I?
You really need to do that, and you need to show that you've at least reasonably tried to exhaust your administrative remedies at the state level.
But then
you seem to get a fair hearing at the state level.
Right. What I'm asking you, then I have to redo it before I file it in the federal court in order to get my federal question in there, don't I?
Probably so, yes.
Yeah.
And you're better off to do it right away at the time you bring it in rather than have to go and ask them permission to re-amend it, okay?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the information.
That's quite all right. More than happy to help you, and I wish you good luck. And just remember, the guys that outwork the bums, and you'll find that you do a lot better. Just make it in your mind you're going to outwork them. Just keep going no matter what. Can't stop a ranger. They're highly motivated, highly trained. Sir, yes, sir, we can run to the sun. So that's the mental attitude you have to have. And if you persist and you stay persistent and you make your face like flint, you get in there and you just don't consider the fact you could lose. You just go in there and right to the hilt and just outwork them.
Right.
You find you do a lot better.
And then for civil liberties violations, I just use for civil liberties violations, then, right?
You can start at Title 18 United States Code 241 and 242. You can, if you get with the truth, I will send you an example copy of a simple lawsuit. It's got about 80-some counts of how you could charge them for civil rights violations.
Oh, that's great.
And it tells exactly right out of the law book exactly what the site is and the statutes and the court cases involved.
Well, I need that very bad.
Well, you get with truth and get some kind of a program where we can get communicated, and I'll make sure you get one. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I got to go to court like in a week, so they just notified me here.
I understand this thing is tight, so you'll have to make every effort to get to her so we can have a turnaround time to be able to get this stuff to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Get right with her and make sure you get a program going so we can get this stuff to you. Okay.
Yeah. God bless you.
All right.
True.
Take care of yourself.
And bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on. See, California, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yes, it's Southern California.
Hi, Dallas, it's you.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. I had a question. When your phone died out the other night, I was one of the people. Yeah, I was in line, and Truth helped me by answering one thing for me and giving me another suggestion for my situation regarding having 25 people in California to do an affidavit for me, a test to me regarding my situation. I'm in a traffic court case.
Okay.
And in this traffic court case, I haven't had a driver license since 1993.
You don't drive, right?
I don't drive.
That's it.
I don't drive.
Travel, right?
I don't drive because I'm not a driver, and you have to have a driver license, and I don't have a driver license.
I want you folks to think about the word driver. Who is a driver? In the old days, it was those brave souls that got aboard those wagons and with those mule teams and hauled all of those parts and tools and everything out to build the railroad across the country. And they were called mule skinners, or they were called drivers. They drove a team. And see, those guys were working. They were on the road for profit or hire on the road. They were drivers. They drove teams of oxen and mules and what have you it took to get someplace with whatever they were hired to deliver. You don't do that. That's a very important point in law. You travel. And that right is guaranteed by the First Amendment, which says life, liberty, part of the liberty is the right to travel without restriction or encumbrance. And that is guaranteed by the Supreme Court case of Shapiro versus Thompson. Shapiro versus Thompson. It says it's such a basic right, it doesn't even need to be mentioned that it's self-evident in a free society. The right to travel the length, width, and breadth of that society is what makes it a free society. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, definitely.
So start with the right. Start with the right to travel. Shapiro versus Thompson, 394 U.S. 618. Now, does the state have a right to come in and convert your constitutional right to travel into a privilege, and then in there require you to pay a fee and get a license or permission. If you look up the word license in Black's Law Dictionary, it is permission to do something that would be unlawful unless you had permission. Why do I need to go to the state and ask for permission to do what God-given constitutional rights have told me I have a right to do? So the state arbitrarily and erroneously converted your rights into privileges, and that's a very important point, and then they required you to have a license and pay a fee for the exercise of the right. In the Supreme Court case of Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, that's Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105. That's 319 U.S. 105 says, no state can convert your constitutional rights into privileges and then and there require you to get a license and pay a fee for the exercise of that constitutional right. And if they do so, it's unconstitutional. It's automatically in conflict with the Constitution. It's null and void of law. It bears no power to enforce, no obligation to obey. It purports to settle as if it never existed. Unconstitutionality dates from the enactment, not from the date I come to court and say, oh, by the way, Your Honor, that was unconstitutional. From its inception, it's been unconstitutional. And further, we'll argue, Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham, Alabama. Shuttlesworth was a very brave black bishop who would evangelize at the lunch counters in restaurants down in Mobile, Alabama. And what happened was they charged him with not having a solicitor's license to be able to sell and or solicit his teachings of his church. Got me? Well, it went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says, you're converting constitutional rights to evangelize and to worship and to do your religion, the way you believe is right. And see, they cannot do that, and if they do that, you can ignore the license and the fee and engage in the right with impunity. That means they can't punish it. Now, here's the kicker right here. The case is called U.S. versus Bishop, 412 U.S. 346. And what that case does is first it determines what is willfulness. Well, it defines willfulness as an evil motive or intent to avoid an unduly task under the law with a moral certainty. Now, that prosecutor sitting over there, it's his burden to prove beyond absolute reasonable doubt that you did willfully and knowingly avoid an unduly task under the law with a moral certainty, that you knew you should have got the license and that you should have gone and paid for it. You didn't do it, therefore you're automatically guilty because you didn't do it. And see, that's a fallacious argument, totally fraudulent. Because you relied on the Council of 9 Justices of the Supreme Court, you now have a perfect defense to the element of willfulness. Therefore, that prosecutor does not have a cause of action for which would be granted. And what happens is, you argue for a summary judgment on that officer or that prosecutor for failure to state a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. Then you certify it on your affidavit and you swear that there are no genuine issues of material fact, and then he just made all this fraudulent stuff up, and you want it dismissed with prejudice for failure to state a cause of action. And now the judge has to take that under consideration. See, and you didn't have to go to school for 10 years, and you didn't have to write a brief, 109 pages, Now, we have a brief on that, and we can get it to you, but you'll have to get with truth, and we'll have to get some way of getting to you, and then we can fax you one of these briefs, and when you get it, it's going to be 109 pages, because that's what it is.
Okay.
But the first 5 pages are just what I told you. That's all the first 5 pages are, and that is the killer part of the argument. Now, the rest of it is all of the history and the background on how driving came to be, how the licensing procedure came to be, and, of course, they're using police powers of eminent domain of the state or political subdivision to enact laws for the common good and welfare and curb crime within constitutional limitations, right? No, they weren't. They weren't within constitutional limitations because the limitations says, I got a right to travel, and you can't infringe that right to travel. So, this is a very powerful argument. It defines all the words, what is driving, what is traveling. It tells you, a considerable amount of serious historical background on how this whole thing came to be and how the people became screwed in the long run and required to pay these exorbitant fees and go get these licenses. Now, at one time I asked the judge, I said, excuse me, Your Honor, what's the nexus of jurisdictional attachment here? And he turned to me and he said, well, you have a driver's license, don't you? And I said, well, as a matter of fact, Your Honor, no, I don't. He goes, oh, see, we have a problem. When you entered into contract with the state and you told them that you wanted their privilege, then they issued you the license. Well, you're supposed to have a license. You see how that works? It's called an adhesion contract. By you merely a friend of mine today had a root shock. He went out and all he wanted to do was rent a 10 by 10 space for storage for the junk in his garage, okay? Do you know what this woman told him? Well, you're going to have a driver's license to do that. Why? I'm not driving. I'm not driving, all I'm doing is storing my junk from my garage. What's the deal? Why do you have to have a driver's license? Well, then you have to have a state ID. Why would I need a state ID to store the junk from my garage? I mean, do you see how far this has gone? You just don't realize how this infectious usurpation of your rights, it goes down, on and on and on. The guy says, well, wait a minute, is that Social Security number? And they wanted a Social Security number, too. I forgot to tell you that. Well, wait a minute. Why would I want a Social Security number to store my junk from my garage? You see, none shall buy or sell, save he with the mark. There is wisdom there for all to see, right? And they're talking about the mark of the beast, and they're absolutely right. Now when you start going, and when they first came out with the Social Security number, of course, this wasn't going to be for any identification purposes. Originally, it actually said that right on it, on the Social Security card. But today, if you belong to a union, hey, you got a union card, that Social Security number's on your union card. If you have a medical plan, that Social Security number's on your medical plan. If you go in the Army, that number is on your whole file on your military career. Do you understand? Everywhere you turn, that number keeps popping up for you. Why is that? It was only supposed to be to administer the Social Security program. See?
No, I know
this
that.
is what they're doing with these adhesion contracts. They're sucking the people in to force them to go pay them money. And, of course, then they can always come out and say, hey, you broke your contract with us. You didn't follow the rules of the road. Therefore, we give you this ticket. You see. And you got to pay. Why? Because you volunteered to be in the game. You see how this whole thing is all tied into this driver's license and Social Security number? It's all about Entschuldigen Sie bitte, verstehen Sie Deutschland, your papers, please. You got papers? Cough up them papers. Otherwise, they're going to toss you in a camp.
Yeah, you can't, they can't fine you or penalize you without one.
Nope. I've been doing it since 1974. Normally, though, I'm so notorious now that if you pull me over, immediately the sergeant comes over the radio and tells him, for God's sake, don't give that guy no ticket. But, I had to earn that. It took a long time. Once you get that code, they won't give you a ticket. I've sat there and begged the cop, come on, man, be a sport. I'll even pay your hotel bill all the way to Washington. We'll go look at the wall together.
Well,
we'll make you famous. You'll be on the front page of the paper. And he goes, that's why my boss told me not to give you no ticket. He don't want to go to the Supreme Court.
That's why that's something that happened with me. Just like your friend with the storage, I had to get a state ID card because of my father, who's a World War II veteran, and he has dementia, and I have to take care of him. So I had to get the card. But when I got the card, I got it just the way the Constitution man explained it. That I did it, and on the card it has all rights reserved, and it has by and my signature as authorized representative, and that's how I have it on the card. And I've been stopped twice before I got this ticket, and both times they just said, "Thank you very much, sir. Have a good evening," and it happened on the same day.
Have a nice day.
They wouldn't give me a ticket. I just didn't have the card with me when I got this ticket. And I forgot it at home.
Well, then, usually the rule on that is if you go right to the police station and you show them you had the ID, they'll just tear the ticket up. Usually that's the case with a driver's license, too. If you show them that you have the license or the ID, they'll just tear it up.
Well, I've gone through an arraignment already, and that was the arraignment last week. And
how did you plead?
Oh, see, the thing is, I told him I wasn't ready to plead until I had some clarification on some issues. And
did he enter a plea for you?
Well, eventually he did after he threatened me to arrest me about 15 times because of what I was asking.
Hire him to be your attorney?
That's exactly what I asked him. First I asked him, can he act as my attorney and represent me or the alleged defendant? No. And he said, no, I can't. I'm a judge. I can't practice law.
How did you enter a plea for me then, sir?
Well, that's what I asked him. When he entered it, I said, I thought you said you couldn't represent anyone. Aren't you representing me and or the alleged defendant by entering a plea? He goes, I told you to shut up, otherwise I'll have you arrested. And so there were 5 deputy sheriffs there, just me and my father in a wheelchair, and just them at the end of the day. And so like Truth said to me, I should have had witnesses there, but I had no one to go with me, and it was a mandatory appearance.
Public. It always helps to have some.
It was a mandatory appearance, and here in California they have the trial by trial by declaration, but I haven't gone through a trial yet. But it doesn't apply to misdemeanors; it only applies to infractions. So with the trial, I couldn't even do that. But and I haven't been to trial yet. I have to actually pay.
If you'd like to have a little fun with this case, ask the judge the next time you go, Your Honor, before we proceed, could I ask you a question? I just need a clarification. Is this a court of law or is this a court of equity? And immediately, just like you slapped him in the knee with a hammer, his leg is going to jump. You know how that happens when you touch your knee with a hammer and the leg just jumps? He will immediately, out of reflex, say, there's no equity here. Then you go, how do we hear this civil infraction then, Your Honor? Civil infraction, equity? And he'll go, how many times have you pulled that? I said, well, Your Honor, I think this is the 66th time, and I won all other 65 times before that. Well, you're not going to win today. What do you think of that? You know.
Now, does that work
as well
with
the misdemeanor? They don't like that argument.
Does that work well with the misdemeanor as well? Because this is a misdemeanor criminal instead of being infraction civil.
What's the first thing we have to have going to court? What's the first thing? Jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, what is the jurisdiction of the court? Is this a court of law or is this a court of equity? There's no equity here. Fine. Then how do we hear this civil infraction, Your Honor? Civil is equity.
But the only thing is not a civil infraction. It's a misdemeanor criminal. No driver license. That's what it's considered here.
He won't go there. He'll shut it down. He'll order your case. We don't have time for this. You just get the hell out of here and try and think about slowing down and keep a good driving record. I don't want to see you down here again.
Well, Mr. Constitution Man, there's something that happened that I think you would laugh at, that what he said.
Well, usually the whole court busts out laughing when you ask them that question because some of them realize that there's no jurisdiction to hear a traffic ticket. How do I know that? Look up Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution. What does it say? 1, they can't impair the obligation of contract. Isn't the Constitution a contract? Yeah, well, you're impairing the obligation of it. 2, you're encumbering my right to travel freely with these ridiculous bills of attainder. They cannot mess with your right to contract, nor can they issue bills of attainder. A ticket is a bill of attainder. Everything they're doing is 100% unlawful. They have no right to issue bills of attainder. A bill of attainder back in England in the 12th century was they would submit a warrant or bill against you and declare that you did some wrongdoing, okay? And then the king would issue a warrant for your arrest based on doing that wrongdoing, and the actual bill that went out with the sheriff was the attainder to get possession of you. Well, don't they do the same thing with a ticket? If you don't show up to court, and they come arrest you, right? That is a bill of attainder. Look up bill of attainder in your Black's Law Dictionary. You'll see it right.
No, it's something. There's 2 questions I have before I go, and so someone else can ask some questions there. I'm sure there's about 1 million people waiting to talk with you. One of the last questions that I asked before he actually almost had the bailiffs pouncing me like vultures on dead meat. One of the questions I asked him was, I asked him, well, Mark Stevens talked about that when he was on one of the calls and on his video I saw. And I asked him, if since he was sending this to trial, am I and the alleged defendant entitled to a fair trial? I said, well, yes. Well, everyone's entitled to that. Yes, you're entitled to a fair trial. So, well, can either one of us have a fair trial if there's a conflict of interest? He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, who do you represent? He said, well, I represent the people of the state. And he stopped in his tracks, realizing he put his foot in his mouth.
Yep, busted. Yep.
And so he put his foot in his mouth. So I asked for the card of the court reporter to get a copy of the transcript, and he said, on the record, no, he's not getting a copy of the transcript, obviously because of what he said on the record.
No, that's illegal. They can't do that either.
Exactly, and I've already talked to an attorney who told me that.
Process.
That
would be a Title
that's a violation of my right to a fair trial.
Yep, and due process.
In the Constitution. So,
now, a way around that is when you come to court and you know there's going to be a controversy like this, hire your own transcriber to come and be your recorder. You have a right to do that, too.
Yes. I've done that once before in the past, about 15 years ago. and they ended up dismissing the case before we even got in there.
Yeah, they don't want to go there. They do not want to go there. Notice they won't let you take your cell phone in where you could record any of what's going on either.
Yeah.
Now they make everybody leave their cell phone out in their car.
My last question, that I have here, and that was something that I was just curious of. I read in Black's Law Dictionary regarding fictitious plaintiff and what that is.
Right.
Are there any court cases regarding that? Like, where it says here, a person appearing in the writ, complaint, or record as the plaintiff in a suit, but who in reality doesn't exist?
There's millions of them, but here's what you got to do. You got to go into your court rules and you got to look up failure to joinder a proper party. Failure to joinder a proper party. Okay? Now you're going to argue the fact that all capital letter name is not you. That's some fictional defendant, okay? That's not you. That you have your spelling of your name and your Christian name, okay? Which is capital first letter and all small letters after that, a hyphen between your first name and your second name, a capital letter on your second name with all small letters following, and then 2 commas. One is for the house, and the second comma is of the family name. And in the old days, in your Bible, when you were born, your mom wrote on the cover page of your Bible. This was all laid out very clearly. This is your Christian name, this is your confirmation name or your bar mitzvah name or what have you, your coming of age name, and this is your family name, that you are under the protection of your father's house, okay? And, of course, there's a colon in front and a colon in back of your name, which differentiates you as a separate entity, okay? Now, when you put your name like that and you put down, that's the only way I accept for the spelling of my name. This is my Christian name, and this is the only way I accept for the spelling of my name. So when they put your name in all capital letters, you can now hit them for failure to joinder a proper party. That's not me. You got the wrong guy. I've never been a corporation in my life. I've never been an officer of a corporation in my life. I don't reside in the District of Columbia. So guess what? Now all of a sudden you don't come under the Internal Revenue Code under Title 26 U.S. Code Section 6331 parens A. Now read that and you'll find it right. Section 26 U.S. Code Section 6331A. Now, you just argued that they failed to joinder a proper party. Well, now if you read the rules in the court rule from your state, you'll find out that failure to joinder a proper party is a fatal error. They have to dismiss the complaint.
Yeah, so it's a notice of levy.
Okay.
631A.
631A. And that is the authority of the Secretary to levy.
Yeah.
Okay. And he goes on, you have to be a corporation, an officer of a corporation, or an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia. Are you any of those? No. Well, that would mean that he has no jurisdiction over you. Does that make sense to you? Now do you understand why they took that A paragraph off the lien document? You ever see anything start with B? Why would you start something with B? Paragraph B doesn't start nothing. It would start with paragraph A. Well, they took that off because we figured this out years ago back in the 70s, and we argued it back at him and says, you don't have any jurisdiction over us. We don't come under Section 6331A. All of a sudden, that came off the lien document, and now they've taken the lien document, that lien document totally out of circulation. Now they have a notice of levy, which is a Form 668WC or 668YC, and then they try and pass that off as the actual lien. And that's not the lien. It's nothing but a notice of intent to lien, and they're required to do that by law for due process to give you a chance to fix it before they actually lien you. You have to give somebody notice of intent to lien. But the clerks downtown are mistaking that for the actual lien, and they're actually putting liens on people's property. And you got to go down and explain to that clerk and tell her, look, show me one of the actual lien. The actual lien document is a Form 668, small b as a boy, parens small b. Now, you got a document like that with my name on it? Well, no. Well, then I want you to take that lien off my back, off my name, take it off my property. You've got a fraud going here. Okay?
Okay, but wasn't there, wait a minute. Wasn't there a Supreme Court decision, Justice Brandeis, didn't he say that if you took a benefit privilege, if you took the Social Security number, nothing constitutional would apply to you or something to that effect?
Well, you have separated yourself technically from the sovereign status of a free American, yes. And Justice Brandeis was a stickler for making claims of your sovereign constitutionality. And he's right. If you accept the privilege, But then, let me ask you, before the contract became binding, did you have full consideration of the contract?
No.
You were a baby. They took your foot, put it in the ink, and stamped it on your birth certificate, right?
Right.
Did you knowingly enter into contract to get that number? Well, no. Was there a valuable consideration? Did anybody explain this to you so that you could thoroughly make an intelligent decision and then sign your consent to be a party? No. So the whole thing has been done in fraud.
Right. Okay, just
so
wanted to get
you
that out
you
there.
didn't have this explained to you that if you take this number, you're going to give up all your constitutional rights, now did you?
No.
See, if you'd have known that, you'd have told them right what they could do with that number, right?
Absolutely.
It would be someplace dark,
Where the sun don't shine. Right.
Where the sun never shines, that's right.
Okay, Dallas, did you have anything else?
No, that was pretty much it there. And I have
great.
so far. Okay, thank you.
All right,
God
thank you so much.
God bless you, and my best of luck.
All right, we're going to move on to New York City. Okay, New York City. New York, did you have a question?
Come on, New York. I helped all your cops out there. All 25,000 of them got off. I can do no wrong in New York City. They love me in New York.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
I hear
can
you.
now.
I'm sorry, I had the mute on. I forgot about my phone mute.
I know, everybody does that.
What can we do for you, New York?
Okay, I'm in a divorce, and I've already talked to Truth, and she gets some knowledge. What I wanted to do is see how I can get certain information, like, for instance, I was never properly served. I want to also know rights of a father, what's the rules of procedure, and how to actually go after the judge's bond and the administrative process.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of an organization called Fathers for Equal Rights?
No, never heard of them.
The biggest one that I know of operates out of Southfield, Michigan. You could go area code 248-555-1212, and just ask them to give you the phone number and address for Fathers for Equal Rights.
Okay.
Those guys have huge packets of stuff that they can hand you that will fill you in totally on your father's rights, okay? But let's talk seriously now as a friend, and I'm not going to pick one side or the other. First of all, I'm going to tell you I don't do divorces, and I got a real good reason. I don't like making war on kids, and almost always divorces affect kids.
Okay.
So I don't like to be a party to where a kid is going to be feeling bad or, losing self-esteem. And see, all of this stuff happens when you do the divorce. So I just basically, as a rule, don't get involved. But here's the deal. It's all about contract 101, contract law. Was there an offer? Was there? And a lot of people have found this unique the way I explain it, because some guys actually turn around and sue their wife for breach of contract because she promised to love, honor, and obey till death does do part, right? Now, I realize in today's society that speech is merely done out of custom and usage, but that they don't really mean it, okay? But the reality is there was a contract made. There was a genuine issue. There was a valuable consideration. I pledge my life to your life, and what God has joined together, and let no man put asunder. And the reality is they're breaking all kind of God's law and church law and constitutional law when they mess between a wife and her husband, okay? Now, what I'm hoping, and I understand that sometimes people rush into things, and that happens, and I know that sometimes they can't seem to make the things work out, and sometimes the fastest solution is I'm going my way, you go yours, da-da-da-da-da, okay? And that, of course, ends up in courts, and attorneys make a lot of money doing this stuff, so they make sure this keeps a nice fire on the home front for them to make money, okay? And they will sometimes aggravate the divorce way beyond the norm just so they can keep it going so they can get paid for the divorce, okay?
Okay.
The reality is, no matter how you intelligently approach it, divorce is a very bad thing, because everybody is going to walk away with a serious heart problem, and especially the kids, okay? And kids take it real personal, like it's all my fault. I didn't mean for you and mom to split up, da-da-da-da-da, And sometimes the kids don't realize that sometimes mom's tired and they just need to chill out and lighten up and go watch TV or something or read a book. Just let mom have a little peace. So she's under a lot of stress because she takes care of the main front and does all the work at home. and then has to have a nice dinner on the table, and when you come home, you've been out there chewing nails, fighting all day, trying to bring home the bacon, okay?
Okay.
And all of a sudden, sometimes things just blow up, and divorce is almost always the answer. And everybody wants to go their way and shut down and say, screw this, I don't need this stuff anymore. See, my sincere counsel to you is if you're going to do anything seriously, you're going to have help. You're going to have the serious help that comes from those Fathers for Equal Rights. And they will tell you your proper programming, what you should look for in an attorney. They'll tell you everything you need to know about divorce. How to get your rights honored, how to make it through the friend of the court gauntlet, all this stuff, you see. But I'm telling you, here's how the judge looks at it so you can get his point of view. I'm down here, busier than a cat on a hot tin roof, trying all these murders and muggings and bank robberies and what have you, and you two people can't seem to get along, and you want to tie up my court all day to hear your bitch session, and you see where the judge is coming from? He doesn't want to be there. And he doesn't want to be there to be the policeman to separate you two. Do you understand?
Yes.
And so he's going to make it fast and dirty as fast as he can, and neither one of you are going to get really treated fair. And some judges are biased against the women, and some judges are biased against the men. After all, you men come up to our factories and you steal all our beautiful women, you get them pregnant, and then you run back down south to try and get away from paying your responsibility for raising your kids. And we know what a bunch of bums you men are, da-da-da-da-da. Now, that's how the northern judges think. The southern judges think, you women, all you do is sit around just waiting to jump some man and take him to the cleaners, and you don't care, you're just wasting my time, and I got better things to do. And so they have an attitude, you see, culturally. There's a whole bunch of problems around this divorce. And I don't want anybody out there to have hurt feelings from what I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the facts of life. This is how it is. And when you get to court, almost exclusively, you watch the judge's face when they call a divorce case, and you'll see almost always he goes into a frown. Almost always. Here we go. Now, my counsel to you is if you are seriously going to do this divorce, make it an amicable divorce where you can at least part friends and where your children don't feel like they're the worst thing that ever came on this earth, okay? Try and just don't be at each other. Never trash the mother in front of the kid, okay? And vice versa, you ladies out there, don't trash the father in front of the kid. That's just you're not helping the problem. You're actually creating more problems because that kid's going to be in the counsel of a psychiatrist or a specialist in head therapy, you understand?
Okay.
This has to be done seriously and with serious consideration for all parties. And, Dad, you're just going to have to step up to the plate and hit a home run and try and do this as intelligently and rationally and as professionally as you can without making this thing into a battle for the rest of your life. And I hate that woman and da-da-da-da-da and her the same, that man, I'm going to wash that man right out of my hair, da-da-da-da-da. So this is my counsel to you as a friend. You can call those Fathers for Equal Rights. It's in area code 248. I know that for a fact because I know the guy who runs it. And if you dial 1-248-555-1212 and ask for Fathers for Equal Rights, they'll give you the number and the address, and they have all kind of very, very well done programming to help the father try and make it through this, with his sanity, and hopefully at least protect his rights, okay? Because he is heavily discriminated against, I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to lie to you. But then the judge is going to make sure that woman and her offspring have a chance to survive, and so they get to college and they have a quality of life and don't end up on the street robbing banks, you understand?
Uh-huh.
And if you don't want to pay your child support, I'm going to tell you, you're probably going to be a guest in a Crowbar Hotel because they will throw you right in jail right now. So I recommend you just pay the child support. And make sure them kids don't want for nothing because they're wanting for a dad. Or they're wanting for a mom. Sometimes the mom takes off and leaves the kids. I mean, it's not all one way. Those kids are hurting. Know this. And if they may not tell you, but I'm telling you, they're hurting. And what you got to do is fill in the gap. So if mom took off and you got the kids, my counsel to you is try and make those kids, you're going to have to play mom. There's a point where you just got to grin and bear it. And if they're crying, come here, baby, sit down. Daddy's going to fix it, okay? You're just going to have to be patient. And sometimes that's hard for Dad because Dad has been, chewing nails all day trying to bring home the bacon. So sometimes you're going to have to come home. You're just going to have to bite the bullet, be super kind and considerate and listen to the kid and see what the kids, where they're coming from. And maybe tonight you take them out to a quality restaurant, where they can at least see how the rest of life is living, or to some treat, I don't want to name a treat because then I'll get busted for commercializing, but where your kids like to go. Try not to go to a certain hamburger place, though, because that's not meat in between those buns. That's soy. Mm-hmm. That's not good for your system. But
the point is, be a parent. Be the parent for
I think Grandma was right. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? So that's my serious counsel to you as a person going through this. It's very hard. And you want to know something? It's a son of a gun to try and give serious counsel. Because if you really care, and I do care, you have to study things very, very seriously and make sure when you tell somebody something, you're not going to have them take it out of context and go off and do some crazy thing, you understand? Mm-hmm. Or some reckless thing. I tell you, if you can't tell your kid what you're doing and get them to smile, you're doing it wrong. They need to have that because right now they're hurt bad. So
well, it's been a lot of.
Sure, we concentrate on the kids because that's the goal. The whole thing was done so the kids could come into being. We want them kids to grow up thinking that they're loved, well loved, and cared for, and that they have a good attitude on their fellows, so that they can have a quality of life. You want them to get a good job, good education. They gotta be raised gently. And sometimes that gal Hillary is right. It takes a village. The whole village has got to chip in and say, "Come here, kid. Let me show you like it is." If you climb up there on that roof and you fall off, you're going to be in the hospital a long time. That's if you live. You want to live in an iron lung? Now get off of that roof. You shouldn't be up there. Your mom'd be really pissed, Believe me, I had plenty of neighbors tell me, because I was a regular jungle Jim. I climbed everything. But it takes people who honestly care, want to help. You have to approach the whole thing like that. Any way you can help these kids make it through all of this stuff, still have their sanity and their heartstrings, right? You are really duty-bound to do that. They call that res ipsa loquitur. That's Latin, and it comes from Hegel from Heidelberg University. It's talking about the devotion and duty of a father or mother to their child. And they're saying these judges should be having that same devotion and duty to the Constitution and us citizenry to protect our constitutional rights. We both know that ain't true. But be very kind and gentle to these kids. These kids need you more now than at any other time. So don't take off on them and not show up.
Well, that's what they're doing to me in the court. I'm
well aware of what the friend of the court does, believe me. That's why I'm counseling you to get with these guys with Fathers for Equal Rights, because they are experts at this. They know all the stuff, the tricks, the scams, everything. You're just going to have to be a really super patient lad and try and make sure that you're always working toward the best interest of them kids. And usually a woman will see that. And if she sees that you're trying as best you can to make the kids have a better time, she's not going to be so hard on you. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know what split you and your gal. That's none of my business, number one. And number two, I don't know what she's holding in her resentment sheet for you. Whatever. You might have gone out and fooled around on her. I don't know. She might think that all of her girlfriends married some guy and he takes good care of them. Why don't you take good care of me? I don't know all of these things. And sometimes these are hidden agendas. And sometimes these things go way back to father who maybe abused the child at a young age. You understand? So they have a natural resentment to the male species. There's a whole bunch of issues here that make it. Have you ever gone into a bar and put a quarter in the machine and tried to take that doll with that little crane and pull it up and dump it in the hole? Well, that's kind of what I'm sitting here right now, trying to make that stupid crane work. You understand? And it's almost an impossibility because the thing is designed not to let you win. I've never found a way to get that stupid thing to work, but, you know, there are some people I've actually seen it done, but you just probably got to put a lot of quarters in it before you figure out the exact intricacies. But I'm very distressed when I have to do any type of divorce situation because it's always complex, it's always painful, and it's always some little kid is taking it on the chin bad. And so I usually, as a rule, I don't get involved in divorces for that. I just don't want to be a party of having the kids being hurt. Even in Vietnam, I was one of the guys that would go take care of the kids in the orphanage, the little cuties. The little sister would hold them back to the wall, and us big paratroopers would come in there, and we were like a big bunch of kids in the playground, and none would release the kids, and they'd head across the playground, you know, charged like a wall of water, and if you picked one up, they were king for the day, and of course we stuffed our pockets full of chocolate bars and stuff and made sure every kid got a chocolate bar or some candy or some, you know, Reese's Pieces or something, whatever. You know, we made sure they all had a smile when they left. So, but at the end of the day, you know, we were dead. We pick up a couple hundred kids, you know, you're dead. But I always have a feeling in my heart for kids, so I'm going to bust my chops to try and be as most serious counseling toward make sure the kids are taken care of first, and then worry about your issues and her issues, okay? Or her issues and your issues. We don't want to pick sides. And I'm going to wish you Godspeed and the best of luck, and I know you're really going to be up against the wall, but you're just going to have to hang tough and do it. Stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door. Get ready to jump. You're going. Geronimo. It's just that.
All right, New York City.
So good luck to you, and I pray for you. And get a really good attorney.
But that's what got me in the problem now, an attorney. They froze all my assets. Next thing you know, I'm homeless and all. I built her a $500,000 a year business. You know, if she has access to the business, I get nothing. And yet I'm supposed to fight in court.
Nobody said this was fair. Did you hear me say it was fair? I'm telling you right now, it's not fair. And therein lies the skill. And you're going to have to handle it best you can. And we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do this in a rational and fair way so that the kids don't get in the middle of a pissing contest all the time. You understand? If you do that, your kids are going to be under psychiatric care before it's over. And you don't want that. They'll be taking all of those drugs that the teachers are pushing on them for this attention deficit and all this other stuff. You don't want kids on drugs. That stuff is nothing but LSD anyway. Lysergic acid diethylamide. That's right. That's how they call them kids and drug them down. You don't want your kids taking that. Read the side effects on some of that stuff. You can't believe it. I'm wishing you the best of luck, sir. God love you and keep you, and I'm praying hard for you. And you are going to have to really do some serious soul searching here to see what you can do to try and make sure those kids get their fair chance to grow up with a smile on their face and a serious love in their heart.
All right.
I think you know that's going to be a big job. So good luck.
We need to move on.
Go. Stand up, hook up. Let's go.
Okay. North and West Colorado. I see that's Nancy. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I want to start with you repeating the way that your name should be.
Okay. All right.
You said
colon. You start your name out with a colon first.
Yeah.
Then you do a capital letter of your first name. Let's say it was Jane. You do a capital J, small a, small n, small e, with a dash, a hyphen. And then let's say your middle name was Marie. Be capital M, small a, small r, small I, R E, small. Okay. Then you do a comma and space it a couple of times, and then another comma. That means it's for the house and family name of. And see, in the old days, your last name was the name of your father. And I'll give you just an example. In Germany, the guy who milled the wheat would be called Miller. He's the miller. So his last name would be Miller. So you'd be Your Christian name would be your first name. Your confirmation name would be your second name. And then you would be of the house and family name of Miller, because he was the guy who milled all the grain, you see. And then there'd be another colon. Now, the colons at both ends are a special thing put there to designate that this name doesn't have anything added to it or taken away. This is my exact Christian name as it would appear in my mama's Bible back in the 1800s. And that's the only way I accept for the spelling of my name. And by doing that, you declare your sovereignty, okay?
Okay. I have.
And now, when they send you, notice when they send you stuff, they send you with your name in all caps. And see, you just think, well, why would they do that? I don't understand. I never did understand why they did that until it was much later, and I got the law on it. But see, they're counting on you to just let it lay, and then they can refer to you as that straw woman, you see, who's a corporate entity. And then they can apply all of their corporate rules to you to pay all these taxes under 26 U.S. Code, Section 6331A, to get involved with all these licenses and what have you. You want to be in business, got to have a license. Want to be a lawyer, got to have a license. Want to be a plumber, got to have a license. Every one of the prosperous trades has to have a license. And then they'll say, well, that's just so we make sure we get qualified people out on the job. That's a lot of hooey, because a lot of times the people that are licensed are the ones that are not that good.
Okay, well, I have a corporation sole, which is a 508.
Okay. All right.
Church
that means
thing.
that you set your standards of your sovereignty, and they cannot touch that.
Well, they have put a notice of lien on it.
Okay.
Because they say I'm,
All right. They put a notice of lien, but they didn't put an actual lien. A notice of lien is merely a notice. That's all it is.
Right.
I'm giving you notice that we're going to put a lien on your property if you don't fix it. Okay.
But because they put my lowercase name as a party to those taxes that were on the all caps name.
All right. I want you to take a look at the paper. Right. If you got it right in front of you, then it'd be helpful. I want you to look in the lower left-hand corner, and you're going to see a small 4, F-O-R.
Okay.
Little 4, and it's under the signature. And then you're going to notice that the signature of the person on that little line above the 4 is not the same signature of the person listed as the collection branch manager. Did you happen to see that?
Well, actually, this is
That's what they
signed
do.
by somebody that was assigned my case into the state.
All right. But where's the power of attorney that says where's the power of attorney that says that person can sign for that other person?
Well,
what?
I didn't
power
think
of attorney? How do you sign your name to somebody else's stuff? Isn't they call that forgery? Last time I checked, kiting a check, You're signing somebody else's name, and you don't have a power of attorney attached thereto and made part thereof by record or reference. Every clerk in this whole world knows that you cannot take a document into recordings if it's not properly witnessed and acknowledged. Now, what notary would sign their name to such a document? They wouldn't. They would refuse, and they'd say, well, wait, who is this party here that signed over here? Okay, well, who's this collection branch manager? Oh, that's... Now, am I to understand that you signed your name on behalf of her? Is that correct? Well, yeah, okay. You're a trustee. You're a TTSE. Normally they have to sign after their name TTSE, meaning they're a trustee. Okay? Okay, well, where's your power of attorney that says you have authority to do that? What? There's no power of attorney. How are you doing that? How is that clerk even recording such a fraudulent document? Now, that's my number one question. My number two question is that person that signs this thing as the collection branch manager must state and print their name that they are a GS-11 or above. That's their service rank for their pay grade. They have to be a GS-11 or above. That's right in their own code, okay? Now, the reality is most of these people sign their name agent. An agent is nothing but a GS-9. So they could never sign this thing, got me?
Yeah.
But the agents are signing it, and then they tell them they're signing for this other person on top of that, and they don't put a power of attorney. So you got two fraud strikes right out of the chute with that notice of lien. The second is the third is look up in the left-hand corner. Look at the number. It's 668WC. or 668YC. We'll go look up for the purpose of forms in the Federal Register, and you're going to see that those numbers only designate a notice of lien. Okay, which one is for the lien? It's 668B as in boy, little b parentheses boy. Okay, do they have such a document for you? No? Okay, well then you don't have a lien. Okay, ma'am, I want you to take that fraudulent document off of my file and off my property. If you don't do it, I'm going to come collect your bond. I'm not going to play with you. You got a fraudulent document here. It should be self-evident. You should clearly see there's no power of attorney that authorizes this person to sign for that person. You should see that there's no GS-11, collection branch manager, on this document. There's a GS-9. How can a GS-9 sign for a GS-11? It's impossible. Their own law says that. So we got a person impersonating another person, and then on top of that, you got the wrong form. The last time I checked, 3 strikes, you're out.
Great.
And that's the way to proceed, and you go contact that clerk and you write her a nice little letter explaining very courteously. Courtesy is a very big point of my defenses. I get more done with courtesy than any other fancy legal maneuver. Try to just be nice. Hey, look, we got a little problem here. I wonder if you could help me. Could you help me? And you just explain that to the clerk, and almost always they'll say, hey, I see your point. Okay, we'll pull it.
Wonderful. You know, though, this thing about upper and lower case, on my birth certificate, on the back of one of them, when I asked for them, they say, because my birth certificate was signed, hand-signed in upper and lower case by my mother.
Okay. Well,
on the back of one of them later, when they took this and put it on the bond paper, they said, this is owned by, and they had my name in all caps. They changed my parents' name to all caps with a middle initial only and not middle name.
You know that you cannot use an initial for your name? Did you know that? It's not a lawful name, a signature if you use an initial. But how many people do that? Everybody.
Well, I you know, apparently...
But lawfully, you're not supposed to be able to use an initial. You have to put your actual name, especially on serious documents like...
But the state of Iowa has converted that.
Well aware of it. A lot of these states have done that because they're trying to use this commercial venture for profit or hire, and they're trying to get these adhesion contracts because they make for a lot of money. Look down the road, how many cars you see on a day from day to day, and know that they're probably getting $1,000 in revenues enhancements out of all those people running up and down the road by the time you count the fees for the licenses and the insurances and all the stuff, and the registrations and the green card and all this stuff. Every car you see, right or left, front or back, that's generating $1,000 so-called dollars in the society. So do they have a lot to lose if they get slapped and they can't issue licenses anymore? You know, the state of Georgia, the last I heard, was going to shut down their requirement to have a driver's license. Now, how many times have you picked up the newspaper and seen that some guy got busted for drunk driving 5 times and he's still driving on his license? How can that possibly be? We had a guy over here in Ohio. He was so drunk that he literally was anesthetized and didn't even get injured because he was anesthetized, but yet the family that was in the van that he hit, all of them were killed. There were 7 family members in that van, and all of them died. Like this guy is still driving on the road. Now, how do you do that?
You know, is it another fraud if I was born before the bankruptcy?
That's a very good question, because what happens on the bankruptcy? They become civilly dead, and they have no right to enforce it unless there's a trustee in the bankruptcy court that's actually calling you to court to have to pay debt to this bankrupt entity. So that's a very good question. But technically, once fraud is discovered or fraud is done, fraud voids any contract. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely, and I have written the IRS a fraud letter.
Okay, well,
and all I got back was...
You're absolutely correct. Okay.
Yeah. One last, this is very quick, Angela, forgive me. I don't know where I got the idea, but I thought that the coroner was higher than the sheriff.
No, that's not true, but he is very high up. But he's not as high as the sheriff. The sheriff is the senior lead officer of the county, and if you want to look that up, you can look it up in a book called Anderson on Sheriffs. It'll tell you all the stuff. But a coroner is very high up in the chain of command, okay? He's not as high as the sheriff. You know, we sat around figuring ways that we were trying to use our brains to come up with ideas on what we could do to help our situation. And we obviously realized that the sheriff is a very important officer of the county. And we said, well, how can we enhance our sheriffs so that they're more knowledgeable and that they aren't just, you know, waltzed around here, around the deck and made to feel like, well, I'm a fed. You got to listen to what I said, all this stuff. And so what we did is we came up with the idea that we would take a portion of the meeting money for every Wednesday night's meeting, and of course we would have 1,000, 2,000 people there at the meeting, and so they would donate very graciously. And so we would take the meeting money that we paid for the hall, and then we would take a portion of that, and we would buy the book called Anderson on Sheriffs, and we would distribute it to sheriffs. And I remember the vote. I remember voting, and I remember one of the sheriffs that we sent it to was Sheriff Mack. And now look at Sheriff Mack. He's going strong. He's educating all these sheriffs, you see. So these are little things that you can do sitting on the side, trying to figure out how you can brainstorm ideas on how you can affect your life and the quality of your life. Will try and help that sheriff better understand what the real deal is so that he can not be buffooned into thinking these guys can get away with this stuff, you see.
You're fading a little bit. Can you get right into the mic?
All right. Well, my battery is a little down. All right. Well, we're going to hang in here. I'll try and talk as close as I can, okay?
Thank you.
How's that?
Okay.
Is that clear?
That's really good, yes.
All right. Anyway, that's an idea that I'm trying to generate to you, that if we just sit down and put our heads together, we can come up with these kind of ideas. And they may not come to fruition right away. It took a long time, but then all of a sudden you have a Sheriff Mack, and he's out there taking care of business and making sure everybody understands the duty and power of the sheriff, and that you will respect the sheriff, period. And I don't want to hear nothing. You come in my county, you know, trashing my citizens, I'll arrest you. See, now them people love that sheriff because he's a good sheriff. Now we need to get all the sheriffs to think like that.
Yeah.
So what if everybody at every meeting decided, let's take a third of the money out of the meeting money and let's start buying these books, Anderson on Sheriff, and send them to all our sheriffs so that they can be up to snuff and right on top of the whole program and understand their authority and what the situation actually says in the law. You might think about trying that. Bring it up at your next meeting.
Okay, we're going to move on. Kokomo Joe, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Hello.
I think this was the gentleman we had last night. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. When you purchase property, they put your name automatically in all caps, and of course I've been trying to figure out the land patent process, okay, thinking that if a person could get it out of the all caps and into the Christian appellation, such that it's recognized by the state, if you will, or, you know, and whatnot. I was thinking the way to do that would be possibly the land patent route with an assignment, and then also go take the meets and bounds and do the allodial aspect of it. Do you have anything that you can say with regard to that?
Okay. I know one of the top guys that's involved in these allodial titles and these land patents, and if he was here right now to talk to you, he would tell you, first of all, it's not in your best interest to get a land patent because you'll never sell the property unless the guy's got all cash, and most people don't have that, so you actually lock yourself out. Once a bank finds out that you have an allodial title and a land patent on your property, they know that once it passes the office of the Great Seal, there's no higher form of proof of ownership to a property. So it's not really in your best interest to do that allodial title land patent program because you may want to sell the house at some time in the future, and no bank is going to loan any money to a buyer that may want to buy your house because they won't take a chance of having that allodial title land patent be pulled out at a later time and block their ability to claim and foreclose on their note, you see. So we went that route originally, but we changed our mind because we felt we were giving people advice that was going to eventually hurt them. Okay? Now, the reality is at some point in time you may want to sell that house. Your wife may want a bigger house. You may want to move down the street to the nicer section of town. And then you can't get a buyer for your land because they'd have to come up with all cash. And see, that kind of hurts most people in selling their house.
Why? Couldn't you just carry the paper on it?
Money. Like if you bought a $300,000 house and you want to sell it, who's going to come up with $300,000 cash? You see. So by having that land patent on there, those are the only market people you could even deal with, is the people that have the $300,000 cash. So that hurts your ability to maintain and your standard and quality of life. Okay. So yeah, it is the highest form of ownership, but once you get it on there, you can't sell it. You see. So it's not in your best interest to do that, truthfully.
Okay, then how do you get the same results where it's where you can, how would you say, turn it on and off, like a light switch?
That's the problem. How would you turn it on and off? So you can't turn it on and off. And the bank would know. The bank's going to know on the computer right off.
Well, they did it in my state, because my state, it's right in the Constitution. Okay, in the state Constitution, okay, Article 1, Section 14, all lands are allodial. And
well, that's what they meant originally. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Well, they got around it somehow.
Well, but understand something. If you enforce the allodial, you're not going to be able to sell it to a bank. You're not going to be able to get a person that's going to be able to get a mortgage on it.
Okay, but excuse me, what if you just took a nice big down payment and carried the paper on the rest? You could do that.
Well, you could do that in your own personal right to contract. Yes, you could do that. In other words, it's just a modified form of land contract.
Right. There are ways of it's not totally
willing buyer, willing seller. Willing buyer, willing seller.
Right.
If you can find somebody who would go for that type of contract, but almost always when you're in a competition to sell your house, the people that have the cash, they want to be able to get the house for less because I got cash. You're going to get all your money right now. So they'll knock $50,000 off just to bid on the house and pay cash, you see. So you're walking into the marketplace already with kind of your hands tied behind your back with the allodial title, and then you have to deal with people who think, well, I'm coming up with cash. You should at least cut me a percentage off the price of the house because I'm going to be giving you cash. You don't have to wait for your money. So then you have to deal with that marketing problem. I mean, there's a lot of marketing problems that are created by this idea where you normally would just, hey, go put a bid on the house. If we accept it, you're in. You just go to your bank, get your mortgage, and you're a done deal.
So then you want to stay on the tax rolls?
Well, truthfully, you want to protect yourself, especially from taxes that are going through the roof and eventually are designed to tax you out of your home. That you do want to protect against. But the reality is, if there was a fire in your house, you'd want a fire department to show up, right? If there was a criminal outside of your house trying to hurt you and your family, you'd want a police officer to show up, right?
Well, they never do, but okay.
But I'm just sharing with you. You'd want these services. You'd want somebody sitting down there at the local county school board. You'd want somebody watching out for your kids at the school. You'd want a lot of these things. And see, we forget somebody has to pay for this stuff sooner or later. If you want
I don't
that quality of life, you have to be willing to pay for that service.
I don't want it, or if I do want it, I want it by contract or by invoice and contract. I don't want it just listed as a tax and you pay for this. And oh, by the way, we have this carload of other stuff that you're going to pay for too, right along with your fire department. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get rid of.
Here,
place off.
Again, what we have here is a failure to communicate, you see, because they don't ever seem to have a desire to cut the cost. It's like they just make the cost go up and up and up and up and up and up and up to the point where the public, as a resort in self-defense, says, nuts to you, we just vote against all your tax proposals. So what we have to have here is reasonableness needs to prevail. The people that are in these powerful slots and what have you need to understand that the public has to be able to afford to do these great things in the New World Order, and that, you people seem to have this unsatiable diet of raising our taxes right through the overhead and taxing us out of our shorts to the point where what's the point? So at some point, some reality has to come in here. And, of course, the people need to understand that you're not going to get any services unless you're willing to pay for them, you understand? So there has to be some give and take here. But I'm telling you right now, all of the property taxes are illegal the way they're done today, every one of them.
They're fading out their Constitution, man.
Fading out? All right.
It's close.
I'm hoping this battery is going to last here.
I hope so, too. Got a lot of people in line.
Well, we
is that
make
it for
sure
you,
we get
Kokomo?
as much data as we can out to the people.
Yeah.
All right,
Otherwise,
I hope that
we'll
was
have to
helpful. I hope that was helpful to your program.
Well,
we'll
no,
have to do a part
it
3.
wasn't, but that's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're trying to do the best we can by it with reason and rational thinking.
Well, yeah, it's not what I was trying to shoot for.
Well, I can actually take you to what you're trying to pursue for. You want to get out of it totally. I can show you how to do that too. You'll have to get with Truth though, and we'll have to get an address, and we'll fax you or get to you this argument, and then you can sit try argument.
Oh,
there's not one state in the union that is lawfully entitled to tax anything.
Okay.
Title 31, United States Code, Section 742. It says, except as otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and other obligations of the United States are exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. This exemption extends to every form of tax, which would require either the obligations or the interest thereon or both be considered directly or indirectly in the computation of the tax. See Memphis Bank versus State of Tennessee. At L. Garner. Now, you want to go to court? Because that's what I do when I go to court, and that's what I ram it right to them.
Wow, sure do.
You do not have a right to do what you're doing, period. So don't come down here telling me stuff. I don't want to hear it. You need to cooperate with me, I'll cooperate with you. But if you come down here and threaten and coerce me and try and take my stuff and jack with me and throw me in jail and do all this ridiculous, and we're going to have a fight. You're going to lose. You will lose. You want to cooperate with me and we can work this out? Hey, I'll work. But right now, I'm seeing you got a gun in my face. I don't like that. Don't do that. That's not nice. What would Mom say? Now, children.
All right, we're going to move on if that's okay.
All right.
Oh, you know what? I have a question for you. It's an add-on from one I had the other day on the bean case, the coffee beans. And he wanted to know, is Sheedy, Sheedy, the correct name for the judge?
No, it's she, he. She, he. S-C-H-E-Y.
S-C-H-E.
E-Y-H-E-E. She, he. There's a Y in there. I know that.
S-C-H-E-Y-H-E-E?
Right. She-he.
Okay.
James P.
All right.
She-he. That's his name. James P.
James P. Okay. James P.
He was
Sheedy.
a phenomenal judge. Phenomenal judge. I can count on my one hand the judges that I would regard as phenomenal. He'd be one.
Okay, and what is the proper name for the court?
The name for the court is 52nd 3rd District Court, and that would be in Rochester, Michigan.
52nd 3rd. Okay, in Rochester.
52nd-3rd, Rochester, Michigan. And I think Judge Sheedy just retired. They found he had cancer, and I think he retired and moved to North Carolina.
Oh, my.
So when he retired, I called him up and I told him how much we appreciated his fine service, and we will always remember you, Judge. You did a hell of a job, and God bless you.
What's the easiest way to get certified copies of the case?
Well,
or are
to
they?
The clerk of the court. You'd have to ask the clerk of the court to how much she would charge to give you a copy of the case.
Okay, are they really needed though when presenting it in
No, I would just cite the
your own case? Just cite it, right? Just cite it, right?
The court and the judge, and it was in 1984, October of 1984.
Thank you very, very much. Make a note of the time. Okay, it's 7:21. I don't want to come back to that. All right, great.
All right, we got another question?
Now, yeah, we got lots. Stalwart. Go ahead. Did you have a question for Constitution Man? Stalwart, if you've got a mute button on your phone, please press it. Are you there? You had your hand up. Stalwart? Okay.
Hello?
We'll move on. Hi, go ahead.
Hi. I had a question about tax court.
Okay.
Any suggestions on how to handle it?
I would recommend you not go. Because tax court is nothing but a rubber stamp for the IRS.
I know, I understand that, but if you don't go, what they're going to do is do a lien and then a levy.
Not necessarily. You might be able to file suit against them for fraud in the district court. Not in the tax court. The tax court is a rubber stamp for the IRS. Anything the IRS says, they're going to say, okay. So if you go to tax court and you're going to expect some kind of reasonableness in your favor, you're just dreaming because it ain't happening.
Yeah. What about the requirement to file a 1040? Where do you stand with that? It sounded like it was a no.
There is no requirement. Are you a corporation?
No.
Are you an officer of a corporation?
No.
Do you reside in the District of Columbia as a government agent?
No.
There is no requirement.
Okay.
I don't care what anybody tells you. Look, when all else fails, read the directions. Then they'll say, well, you had income. Sir, is this a voluntary self-assessed tax program? Well, yeah. Well, I read the rules, and the rules show me, as best as I can read them, that there was no requirement for me to file a tax return because I am a non-taxpayer, and the law does not presume to deal with non-taxpayers. It only deals with taxpayers, which I am not. Now, you say I have income. Well, fine. You're not the one doing the assessment. I am. And you asked me to voluntarily do it as honestly and as truthfully as I can. And quite frankly, I know that I did not have. You read the case called Brush River versus Union Pacific Railroad, and it defines income as realized profit or gain from a corporation source. And I don't have any profit or gain from a corporation source.
Could you mention that court case again, please?
Brush River versus Union Pacific Railroad. It's a very famous case. If you call up the internet, Google, and say Brush River versus Union Pacific Railway, it'll pull the case right up for you, and you'll have the whole copy right there on the screen.
Some people refer to it as Bruce Shaver.
Bruce Shaver is another way of saying it, but in the north, we're going to call it Brush Shaver. In the south, they'll call it Bruce Shaver. In England, they'll call it schedule or potatoes. Or you say tomatoes, we say tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the case where the guy got taxed for a corporation that was located within the United States.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks very much.
It is the leading case on the Supreme Court defining the term income. Doyle versus Mitchell Brothers is another one. Brush River versus Union Pacific Railroad, Doyle versus Mitchell Brothers. Just call those cases up on the internet, and we'll just bring them right to you.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. North New Jersey. Go ahead, North New Jersey.
Thank you.
Do you have a question? Thank you.
Yes, I do. I had some questions regarding the other night's call. Specifically, Title 3124 is different than what you read as 742.
Well, it's a little different. That's true, but the basic content is the same. That obligations of the United States government are exempt from taxation by state and local authorities. Read it real close. You'll see I'm right. And that was upheld in the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of Memphis Bank versus State of Tennessee et al. Garner.
And that I couldn't find that case. I mean, I found that case at the Memphis City Bank.
Yep. What they were doing was they were selling bonds, Tennessee bonds, and they were selling them at a real good rate. Okay.
Could you speak into your phone? I can't hear you.
They were discriminating against federal bonds, and when the feds heard about it, they sued Memphis Bank. Okay. And the Attorney General of the state of Tennessee, they sued him and said, you are operating in discriminatory franchise, federal bonds versus state bonds and vice versa, and you can't do that. That's what the case basically says. And then it proceeds to say not only can they not do that, but the Title 31-742, the use of bonds as a tax commodity, you can't even do that. So not only can you not discriminatory franchise on these bonds, but you can't use these bonds in any capacity for state and local taxes. So they upheld that in the Supreme Court, and that's the case that did it.
I must have found the wrong case on the Internet, because when I pulled it up, I did a search for 742. And
it's right
for,
on the first page. 742 is right on the first page of the case. It actually
No, what didn't show it, there was no, that number did not exist. And also
it doesn't exist because they pulled it out of the book. In the night,
in the
they
court
pulled
case.
it out of the book and moved it to the back of the book.
I'm saying I found the case on the Internet.
Okay.
And I did a search, a find.
Okay.
For the number 742.
Okay.
And it didn't show up at all in the case.
It's on the very first page. I can see the case right in front of me now. I can see where it says that, and it talks about 742 right up front. It tells you all about 742 and that the use of obligation.
Do you have that link?
Yeah.
Because I probably have the wrong case then.
No. I can tell you exactly what it says. I know it by heart. It says, except as otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and other obligations of the United States are exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. This exemption extends to every form of tax which would require that either the obligations or the interest thereon or both be considered directly or indirectly in the computation of the tax. It cites the exact 742. Right out of Title 31.
Carl, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I said that.
Please, because we got problems. We get real big problems.
Yeah.
I want to make sure everybody has
Constitution manual. Okay.
Anyway, she looked up the wrong case. That's why she can't find it.
Okay.
If you heard what she said, she looked up Memphis City Bank. It's Memphis Bank. It's not Memphis City Bank.
I typed in Memphis, and I got football games.
Well, this stuff happens. It does happen, but the fact is, you came forward and you asked. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask. You see, you wanted to tell me. I'm asking the question. Can you help me? And see, we did. We found out there and we fixed it. So now you're up to speed, and you know that we're not handing out no ridiculous stuff here. We're telling you the God's truth.
Go to Justia. It has the Supreme Court case for you. You're looking for Memphis Bank versus Tennessee.
Ed L. Garner. Garner was the Attorney General.
Okay.
The state of Tennessee was pulling a fast one. They thought they were going to get away with it. And they were given special dispensation to people who would buy Tennessee bonds instead of buying federal bonds. And the feds found out about it. And see, then the feds sued because they were playing discriminatory franchise games and allowing the state of Tennessee bonds to get preferential treatment over the federal bonds. They went after them for that.
Okay. You were talking about the IRS notice of lien before, and you said to go to the Federal Register to find the form number. Can you tell me how to do that?
Well, you can go on the internet and you look up the Federal Register and you give them the site for the actual form number, and then they'll bring up the form and the lawful use of that form. And see, all these numbers, every one of these numbers that's on here, and they'll have a revision date too, and it'll tell you the lawful use of that form.
Okay, and so you're saying just a simple letter to the clerk will get rid of that?
You can try it, yeah. Or you can go down
Has
to the
anyone
law
been
library.
successful in doing that?
Yeah, all kind of people.
Okay.
There used to be a guy around. He was a very excellent teacher. C. Kane was his name. He and I were very good friends. And, of course, they've got him now. We're trying to get him out of jail right now. But he had the most magnificent argument. What he did was he would take the exact numbers off of the actual Internal Revenue Service documents, and then he actually got in the files and figured out all of the actual lawful uses with the OMB numbers and what they would actually be lawfully used for in the Federal Registry. And of course, then he would ask the IRS, "Could you please help me? I need your assistance. I don't. There's just so many forms. I don't really know how to this, and I need your help. Could you send me a copy of 1040 form for just a regular person? And they would send him the regular 1040 form. And then he would look up the OMB number, and he said, well, this only applies to persons operating in international trade, overseas. You see, that's what this OMB number says, that this Form 1040 you could only use it for that. And I don't do business overseas. I don't have any bank accounts overseas. I don't do any of this foreign trade stuff. So this couldn't apply to me. Now, you have to sign this thing under penalty of perjury, and I would never do that. You see, I couldn't sign this because you're asking me to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. So could you please help me? Could you just send me a regular 1040 for just a regular, down-on-the-block, regular person? The next form they would send him would be a form that applied to a corporation, an officer of a corporation, and an officer of government within the District of Columbia. And then he would write back to him and says, I have to sign this form under penalty of perjury. Could you please help me? I'm not an officer of government. I don't reside in the District of Columbia. I'm not a corporation nor an officer of a corporation, and I have to sign this document under penalty of perjury. Could you please help me? Just send me a regular 1040 form for just a regular, down-on-the-block little person. That's all I want. The next letter he got from the IRS is, don't write us, don't call us. We don't want to talk to you no more. Go away. In other words, he'd exhausted their total limitations on what 1040 forms were actually out there under an OMB number that had a lawful purpose that you were required to follow. And when they ran out and realized that they ran out and that this guy was a pretty smart cookie, they just told him, go away. We don't want to talk to you no more. Obviously, there's no 1040 form for you, a regular little person, because they don't make one. Got it? No, go away. Don't write me. Don't call me. Don't tell me nothing. Now, you could try that out there in TV land. I've had great success with it, and I can tell you that they get very upset right away because you have just about figured out the limits of their program. They don't have a 1040 for you. Surprise, surprise. Now, I know I just made some people's day out there. But is that not reasonable probable cause to demonstrate that a reasonable and prudent person could easily see that they don't even make a return for me? So how could it be possible for me to have criminally violated the law and not filled one out? Everybody with me?
Yeah, somebody's asking.
Don't they fall into that 742, Title 31, 742?
That right there deals nothing but with state taxes and local taxes. This is federal taxes I'm talking about now.
Are you so the federal, the IRS can?
There is no 1040 form for you, dear, because you're not a corporation. You're not an officer of a corporation. You don't exist in the District of Columbia. You're not an officer of government. Those are the only persons that have a 1040 form for them, unless you're doing foreign earned income type programming in international trade, where you have international banks, you have international vouchers, and you're doing all this wheeling and dealing, sending money across borders. Now, you try it. Anybody out there want to try it and call back and let us know what happened? I already know what happened. I already know what happened, so I'm not going to tell you and spoil it for you. I'll let it be a surprise. Because all of a sudden you're going to get a letter back that says, don't write us, don't call us, we don't want to talk to you no more. Go away. Give me a headache.
Okay, we're going to move on.
I hope
Guest
that was
69. I think that was great. Guest 69, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. I just want. I heard the guy earlier ask a question about the allodial title, and I just wanted to get your take on the quiet title process.
Okay. You have a right to do that at any time. You have a right to call on your property and check and see what is actually in writing on it. And you can pay a title company to do that search. You can actually go on all the registers, offices of Register and Deeds in your local area and see if your property comes up on their file. you have every right to do that, and if you find that somebody has made a false claim against your property, you have a right to take them to court and do what is called a quiet title action, where you get them to take their claim against your property off, or you're suing them.
Okay.
That is called a quiet title action.
Okay. I was, from listening to Gene Keaton, I was under the impression that the quiet title was a different process. He was, starting with the get your land surveyed and.
Yep, you get it surveyed. You can have everything done nice and legal. Yes, you can have them verify their claim if they've made a claim against your survey. They better have a survey that's certified higher than yours, or they're in trouble. Call that grand theft, larceny above $100, fraud by conversion.
Okay.
Now, the thing you need to understand, though, is when you have this claim, you may want to do the thing quietly at first just to see what happens and what comes up. You may be in a court case. You probably would want to plan that in advance so that you could be at least ready to deal and defend your side. So you may want to quietly tread on those paths where the dog is sleeping. Not be interested in kicking that dog in the face just to see if he bites your leg off at the hip. I actually found a case of a person that the property had been willed to them in an estate. And she was a foreign gal. She didn't speak real good English, but she took care of this veteran for most of his adult life. And when he died and passed, he passed the property to her, okay? Now, when I came on the scene, the bank was trying to grab the property and steal it and walk away with it. And she was getting all this mail and didn't understand what was going on. Her boss had told her that she could live there for the rest of her life and nobody would ever bother her. Well, he had given the property to her in a quiet title transfer of a deed based on his trust, his deed of trust in his will, okay? And, of course, all of a sudden, she didn't realize that she was the actual owner of that property, that she actually had been bequeathed that property in a will. And so we went down to court, and we showed the will, we recorded the will, we went to court, and the judge looked at all the papers to make sure everything was copacetic, and then they told the bank, you don't have any claim on this property. You'll cease and desist from bothering this woman, because she is the actual owner, and I'm ordering that the property be recorded in her name only. And so they actually did do that. She got the property and got the deed and everything put in her name. She was shocked because she didn't understand what was done, and she didn't speak real good English. This guy had gone and transferred the property to her as a kindness to her for all of the fine care she had given him over the years. So this is an exact example of a quiet title action where you can go out and start looking. And I want to tell you, the bank was very upset. They thought they had this property locked and stocked, and it was moved. And they couldn't prove their standing when they came to court, for one. And for two, the judge wanted to see their paperwork to see if they had claims that were justified, and they couldn't produce it. So the judge said nuts to you and went with the will and the trust and the deed of trust from the will from the deceased veteran. That actually happened in the last 2 years, right here in Detroit City.
Okay.
This is bona fide programming we're giving you. It's actual. This goes on all the time. Every city and town, there's always quiet title actions going on. People want to have their property secured and verified as to the proof of ownership. And see, I actually recommend people, if you're going to get foreclosed on, start a quiet title action because, one, it puts a legal controversy out there, so they can't get their foreclosure sale by advertisement because there's a legal controversy ongoing, you see.
Okay.
So that blocks them from being able to do that. Now we have to go to court, and you have to settle it in court on the contract, rather than just have somebody go down and sheriff sale your property on the front stoop of the county courthouse.
Okay. When you first started your response to my question, you were going into something that was kind of new to me.
As far as the quiet title, is there you have anywhere I can go or recommendations on getting that information that you had on the quiet title process?
You can go onto the internet and you can look up in Google or Yahoo, just put quiet title and just put that in there. And man, it'll come up with pages and pages and pages of all kind of legal. You can look up quiet title in Black's Law Dictionary. And that usually will have a whole page of court cases. You can look up Corpus Juris Secundum, which is an encyclopedia of legal terms, and you look up quiet title, and it'll give you a whole historical background on quiet title and all the law that's transpired for the last couple hundred years on quiet title. You can go to Blackstone's Commentaries, which gives you the British end of the thing. Okay? And you can research quiet title back quite a ways.
Okay.
Basically, what you're doing is you're taking away all claims that could come on that property when you're quieting the title. That's what you're doing. You're making it so if that's your property and you are the only one that's the holder in due course and has claim to that property, that you're the only one that has an actual claim to that property. Anybody else making a claim, we're going to take you to court and we're going to make you prove your claim. If you can't prove it, we're quieting the title and we're pushing you off.
Mike?
Yes?
May I interject, please?
Okay, go ahead.
For those of us who are not that computer literate, check with your local library and check with your local law library for your state.
You can do that too, and usually the librarians are very informative and they'll bend over backwards to try and help you. But I tell you, you can walk down to your computer right now, call up Google, and just type quiet title into the little space there and sit back and watch what comes. And you'll be amazed. There'll be pages and pages of stuff. And it's getting better and better all the time. So you don't got to know a lot of sites and references and court cases and what have you. You just put the subject that you're looking for and just type it right in and then sit back and be quiet and watch what happens.
Okay, is that it for you?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All righty, we're going to move on. Okay, Oyak Talkshoe. Oyak, yeah. It's so hard to say your username.
Just say Oyak, that's all.
Okay, go ahead, Oyak.
My question relates to the Form 668, which is a notice of lien, and it's cited on there to be IRC 6331B on the back, and A, which is part of that same information, is left off. Isn't that tantamount to fraud?
Yes, sir.
And how can we implement the fraud and
allege it, make
it
stick?
It's
not fraud until you make a complaint. If you're going to claim fraud, then you've got to make a complaint.
Okay.
But it is fraud. It is fraud. It is done to what is called fraud by silence.
Yes.
Look up the Black's Law Dictionary on page 660 of the 6th edition, and it will have a whole page to describe what is fraud. Page 660 of Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, and look up the word fraud.
I've got
a whole page of definition on what constitutes fraud, and yes, it's fraud by silence.
Okay, I've only got the Black's edition 4th, so I don't know where that'll be, but I'll find it.
Oh, go down to the library and look up Black's edition 6th.
Okay.
The 4th, 5th, and 6th were the best ever Black's Law Dictionaries done, but of all of them, the 6th is the best.
Okay.
After that, they started changing all kind of words.
Yeah.
They make them different. They leave a lot of stuff off.
Next question relates to the Yellow Fringe Flag Maritime Court. If one finds oneself thrust in or under such a judge, what is your best defense or stance to avoid being railroaded?
Well, that's a rather big question, but let's see if we can handle it. You're saying this is in a court where they got a yellow fringe around the flag?
Let's assume that one winds up in there, because that's generally where you wind up. It's the jurisdiction process, I would imagine.
Well,
would
first
it
of all,
not?
you're going to challenge jurisdiction. What is the nexus of jurisdiction here? The case you want to cite is McNutt versus General Motors Acceptance Corporation, 56 Supreme Court, 502. That's 56, Supreme Court, 502. McNutt versus General Motors Acceptance Corporation. Another one is Hagens versus Levine. Hagens versus Levine. But all of them come out basically to this. Title V, Section 556, D as in David, says the proponent of a rule or order has the entire burden and proof of all claims. So it's their burden to prove jurisdiction, okay? Now, once jurisdiction is properly challenged, and that's what this McNutt versus General Motors Acceptance Corporation says, the burden is on them to prove their jurisdiction, and failing to timely proceed and do that, they waive all authority and jurisdiction by laches, and they are stoked by laches from proceeding. But you must make the claim right at the beginning of the case, and you must challenge their jurisdiction and their right to do what they're doing, and then they have to prove that they have the jurisdiction and the authority to do what they're doing.
What if you can't remember that court case off the top of your head and all that stuff?
Write it down. Write it down. Write it on your hand when you go in. You know, there's a lot of ways of doing things, okay? Write little note papers, you know. McNutt versus General Motors Acceptance Corp. McNutt versus General Motors Acceptance Corp.
Okay. Very good. Next question relates...
Supreme Court 502. That's the site.
Okay.
Or get a hold of Truth. Get your name on a list. We'll try and send you the documents so you can have all of the information on proving your jurisdictional claims.
Okay.
Okay.
Next question relates to what can we as Americans do, individually or collectively, regarding the obvious disregard of the Constitution by the Obama administration.
Well,
our hands are tied completely. Considering how the administration has run roughshod over the rule of law, it appears that no one is countering their assault. How do we deal? What would be your approach?
Well, my approach, and this is the exact approach I'm using, is every chance I get, I try and hold that Constitution out there and show them this is what it says. Are we going to honor it or what? You're the ones that took the oath of office. You're the ones that swore you to uphold it. Now, will you honor your oath of office? Now you have a right to issue what is called a writ of mandamus and compel them under 31 U.S. Code Section 1361. You can actually compel them to uphold the Constitution, and they have to do it in favor of you. That's Breyers versus United States, 273 U.S. 28. Actually demand that they honor your constitutional rights and that they have to uphold them in favor of you. So if there's any discrepancy at all, it must be interpreted liberally in favor of the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary, the citizen, for the protection of rights and property. See Breyers versus United States, 272 U.S. 28 and 16.
We're losing you. We can't hear you.
16th.
Get up close. There you go.
16th American Jurisprudence, second. Section 97. 16 American Jurisprudence, second, Section 97. And you read that and you're going to see the Constitution is to be interpreted in favor. It's supposed to be interpreted to include every word, every phrase, every syllable, to include the punctuation. And then it shall be liberally construed in favor of the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary and citizen for the protection of rights and property. That's what it says. Obviously, wherever you go, there's always some judge that seems to think he's God. And he can do whatever he damn well pleases. I've actually had judges with gall enough to tell me they break the Constitution every damn day. I got a judge right now I'm going after, and this guy is about as criminal as you can get. But he needs to understand, if in the presence of two witnesses to the same word act in an open court of law, he fails to uphold the Constitution of the United States, he is subject to the charge of capital felony treason. Upon conviction, he can be taken by the posse to the nearest and busiest intersection in high noon, hung by the neck till he's dead, dead, dead. And that's what the old law said under 18 U.S. Code Section 2381. Now, is that something we wanted to do today, Your Honor, may it please the court? Because I will file a complaint if you don't uphold the Constitution in this court. I hate to say it, but sometimes you just got to stiff upper lip and bite the bullet, you know.
Okay, Oyak, is that it for you?
Okay.
No, I have one more, but I wanted to ask a little further question regarding why Obama won't come forth with his paperwork to verify that he's even a qualified candidate.
Well,
nobody seems to react on that.
You're asking me to read minds, and I flunked that course. I mean, I got F on reading minds.
Yeah.
I cannot reach into his brain and understand what in the hell is the matter with his head. But here's what I know about the forefathers. The forefathers deliberately passed that law that said you had to be an American citizen before you could be elected president of these United States. Now, they did that for a bunch of reasons. One of the reasons was the nepotism of the aristocracy of the day. I mean, they would intermarry. This king of France would marry the queen of England or what have you, and vice versa. They just, every time these marriages took place, literally the sovereignty of countries went with it. And see, our forefathers were smart enough to realize we didn't want a king. We didn't want duchesses of what have you or earls of what have you. They didn't want somebody marrying William of Orange from Germany and bringing in the whole Saxon versus what is that big controversy in the war of the Roses, all that stuff. The Normans against the Saxons, and all this stuff. They didn't want us to be in conflicts and all this stuff. They didn't want a king to go and marry the queen of some other where have you, and then totally disrupt our country with their ideologies and what have you. Do you understand? So they passed the law way back, that you had to be an American citizen to be a president of these United States. Obviously, Mr. Obama, he has a godlike mentality, and he seems to think that the law wasn't meant for him. He fairly got elected, and therefore they should just let him be. But the reality is he is not an American citizen. It's been very well proven and documented that he's not an American citizen. And, of course, nobody wants to push it because they're afraid if they throw him out of office, all the black folks will get pissed off and say, see how you are. You never wanted to give a black man a fair chance. And there'd be this constant controversy, and there could be possibly a civil war and all this stuff over nothing but a bunch of stuff that he should have never allowed to happen in the first place if he had been an honorable man. I mean, he knows whether or not he's a citizen or not. He knows whether or not he qualified for the vote. What's the problem? What is the problem, sir? Do you not understand that you're in violation of considerable law? You are not a citizen of the United States. By law, you're precluded from being the president of these United States. Now, we're not picking on you. We don't care if you're white, brown, green, yellow, gray, white. It doesn't matter. The issue is, sir, you are not an American citizen and therefore cannot hold the office of president of these United States. Now, what do I got to do to get it across to your head? You're breaking the law. Period. That's the issue right there. But nobody seems to want to grab that one by the tail, do they? The Supreme Court justice
every judge is throwing it out.
Every guy that brings a lawsuit gets thrown out.
Yeah.
You're starting to see a trend here. Okay? We obviously have
I've known this.
We have a problem. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Now, if enough
we have an awful lot of people waiting in line to ask a question. All right, make it quick, please. We've got 11 people waiting, and it's already 2 hours into it. So.
Okay,
I understand.
See if we can't wrap them up, but we'll still answer everybody's question as early as we can. But go ahead, let's do it.
I've received my 1099-R statement, and the tax withholding showing on there is 0, yet the Financial Management Service has been withholding since November of 2009 and shows a 0 amount in that column or in that box.
Well,
and
again, what
I
we
was
have here is failure to communicate. We need to write a letter to those people and tell them, do you understand that you are legally entrusted by law and the facts, and you clearly can read. Can you read and write the English language? How far do you go in school now? If the documents clearly say that the tax liability is 0, why are you withholding from my check?
You're getting real faint, Constitution man. We can't hear you.
I say, another way you can do it is to write a simple, curt little letter. I do not authorize the division of my property by any means whatsoever without my express written consent or due process of law. Due process of law shall be construed that I will at least get a chance to have a court date and a chance to come forward and get a hearing on the facts in the matter. Now, failing that, if you touch my property again, I'm going to sue your socks off. Have I reached you on a wavelength that you can understand? If you touch my property again without my permission, I'm going to sue you. I'll attach everything you own, bank, business, and home. I will go down to the county seat and file a lien on your business right now. Now, how far do you think you're going to practice your business with people filing $100 million liens on your business? I promise you before the end of the week, Dun & Bradstreet will have your stock off the damn stock market.
Okay.
You need to get real. You need to get real. And I hate to say it, they don't want to get real. So who's going to make them get real? It's going to have to be you. You're the one. You're the one with the interest. You're the belligerent claimant in personam. So you're going to have to go down there and very courteously first tell them, if we cannot work this out immediately, I am filing suit. Now, once they understand that, they got two choices. They can either choose to get sued or choose not to get sued. Most companies will choose not to get sued and just give you the money. Okay?
All right, great. Okay, moving on.
To the next one. Stand up, look up.
New York City, go ahead. New York City.
Go ahead. Go to the next call. The question.
Turn down your radio. We got to turn down your radio.
Oh, we got a lot of feedback. Is that you, Harold?
Yeah, but I don't know why it's feedback.
We got an
okay,
echo
now
change.
it's better.
We got another party listening in. Okay.
Okay. No,
Did you want to ask a question or say something?
No, not at this time. Not at this time.
All right. Okay, let's go to the next one. Stand up,
We'll
look up.
move on. All righty.
Right.
Southern California, go ahead. Did you have a question? Yo, Southern California.
Hello?
It's your time. There you go.
There you go. There you go.
Hi, Angie. It's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, I had a couple of questions for you. How you doing?
How you doing? We're glad to be here.
Good.
Trying to help everybody we can as best we can.
Yeah, but we want to do it before his battery burns out, so if you don't mind.
Right. Okay, my question is regarding contracting with Social Security disability income and still being able to reserve your rights.
You can still do that.
Constitutional rights.
You can still do that. You can sign it and put right on there, all rights reserved, 1-207 or 1-305 UCC. All rights are reserved.
All rights reserved or without prejudice, does it matter?
Right.
Okay. Now, do they, now when it comes to, and then when you sign your checks and so forth, sign them obviously, restrict your signature, put your Christian name on there. And are you familiar with putting on there deposit only or Federal Reserve notes, not income, on the checks?
Let me explain something to you very clearly, because some people are doing some of these things. And here's what the bank has been instructed to do. If you write all of this extra stuff on the back of the check, you have now made the check a conditional contract. Do you understand?
Okay.
Some people put on the back without recourse, okay, and other such programs, because they are without recourse, and this is obviously a fraud, but that's the only way they can operate and get what their entitlements are, okay? But I tell you as a friend, if you write all of this extra stuff on your check, almost immediately you're going to void that check. The bank's going to refuse to cash it. You're going to have to go back to Social Security and get them to reissue the damn thing. And you're going to be in the big end of a pissing contest you don't want to go. All right?
Okay.
So my caution is, yep, make your declaration for all rights reserved, but that's about it. Obviously, this is a bunch of frauds going on. Obviously, they've left out a whole bunch of the story. Obviously, but if you want to get your check today and you want it cashed, you had better think seriously about what kind of add-ons you put on the back of that check, because some employees of the bank have been instructed that if you write anything on the back of that check other than your signature, they are to refuse the check. And they may even confiscate it, and you'll pay hell getting it back and try to get Social Security on the line and say, well, wait a minute. And then they'll say, hey, you screwed the check up. And then they'll jerk you around. You won't get your check for 2 months plus. Does that sound like a practical thing to do? No. So don't go there. Don't do that. Okay?
Yeah, I've been, I guess I've been real lucky because for the last, few years, 4 or 5 years, I've been stamping that it's...
Taking a chance.
Okay.
You're taking a chance, and one day you're going to meet the wrong clerk, and that clerk is going to quote her boss right by the total, length, width, and breadth, and you're going to, like, you put this on here? We can't check.
Well, wait a minute. What are you putting on there, Mark? What exactly are you writing?
For deposit on account or Federal Reserve notes.
I had a guy one time, he was doing the same thing. He actually put on there partial payment for services rendered. The purpose of that was that the purpose he was doing that for was to say that he was under contract and this was just a return of capital. There's no taxable event here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he did. And he got away with it for years and years and years. And one day he went down there and they told him, you wrote a conditional contract on the back here. We can't cash this check. That's one of the guys that I was actually references when I told you this story. I remember him clearly, and he used to get away with it for a long time. And one day he came in, and they had a new girl working that day, and the next thing I know, he wasn't getting his Social Security check. And we had to go through a great big bunch of screw around with Social Security to get him to reissue the check. Because as far as they're concerned, you got your check.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You screwed it up, oh well.
Let me ask you on when you're restricting your signature, do you ever what exactly is the difference between agent, authorized rep, and or I should say, what's a better question is, what do you recommend, agent, authorized rep, or power of attorney if you have a power of attorney filed on the all caps?
Well, if you have a power of attorney, an actual power of attorney, but then they're going to want a copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have to include it with the document.
Excuse me, Mike, let me interject here. Mark, that is not a fair question. Would you please look that up like I asked you? He has very limited battery on his cell phone.
Okay.
And things you could do for yourself. Come on, let's be fair to the other people waiting in line.
Okay.
Well, I would ask everybody to do that, please.
All right. One thing you said earlier about traffic court and recording. A few years ago, I went in there, and if you notify, at least in California, if you notify within 15 days prior notice that you're going to record the case, even I know in traffic court, the judge did not deny it, even though the cop was fighting up and down not to allow me to record the case. So if
the cop doesn't have nothing to say about it.
I know he doesn't, but you should have seen him squirming, not wanting it recorded.
Well, he probably does because he doesn't want to look like an idiot because some of these people write ridiculous tickets.
Right, but my point being is
nothing. In due process, you have a right to record it. So there's if you notify them in advance, they have every right to bring in a counter recorder if they want to have an extra person or a lawyer to sit by their recorder to make sure she's doing everything copacetic. That's their right. The way I found that they deny you is when you come in at the last minute and want to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to do it at least 15 days in advance, and they still take the recorder. What's that?
And I will tell you for sure, the IRS will not let you bring a recorder into your hearing unless you told them way in advance that you're going to bring it.
Right. Yeah. Actually, they'll confiscate your tape recorder, and then when you get in front of the judge has it there, and he'll give it back to you so you can record during the court.
If you're in Michigan, they're going to confiscate any recording device you walk into court with if you don't have permission to have it there. Immediately, they'll confiscate your cell phone. People got the great idea, well, I'll just have my cell phone on, and then we'll record it at my girlfriend's house or what have you. Nobody will know the difference. Well, guess what?
Right.
You walk into court now, one of the first things they ask, you got a cell phone on? Take it to your car.
Yep. Yeah, but I'm just saying they confiscate, and then when in front of the judge will hand it back to you. Okay, I'll let you go. Yeah.
Mark, come on, don't do that.
Okay. All right. I've got a couple other things, but
all right. Is that the sum of your questions there?
I had one question. What exactly is the difference of an affidavit and declaration?
Well, one is an actual sworn statement, okay, where you're actually swearing before a notary public that this is the truth to the best of your ability, so help you God. And the other is just you're declaring. It's a warranty. You're warranting and declaring that upon reasonable inquiry that this is well-founded in fact, okay? But an affidavit, they can hold you to the standard of perjury. A declaration, they can't.
Okay. Because I have different people use one or the other, and they both swear by the one that they're doing, and I don't really know that there's that much difference.
Keep in mind, if you go to every courthouse in the country, each courthouse will have their own unique personality and requirements, and I don't know if you've heard about it, they have what's called the local rules. And they'll have a little package of 8 to 10 pages of extra rules that are just for that area because they have a problem in a given area and they make rules to cover that problem. And if you're from the outside and you come in as a stranger, you may not be aware of them local rules. So when you're going to a place you're not real familiar with, it's real wise to go up to the clerk and say, is there a copy of the local rules here? And she'll just hand you a copy of what the local rules are.
Okay. Specifically, when dealing with the IRS, is it advantageous to use an affidavit or a declaration?
To me, I would want to use affidavits because, one, they won't answer it, and after 30 days, your affidavit becomes law and evidence. That's Michigan Court Rule 2.111.G, which says failure to answer otherwise plead is admission of facts and evidence. So if I've given them an affidavit, after 30 days, they don't counter that affidavit with another affidavit countering it, point for point, then they admit my affidavit is true in fact and evidence before the court. Now, if I'm the only one given an affidavit and they didn't counter it, guess what? How can they win if my facts come out as fact?
Okay.
They can't. You see?
Okay.
And that's the advantage in doing it like that.
Okay.
By knowing the court rules and knowing that they only had 28 days to answer.
Right.
Then they didn't answer, and mine is admitted as truth and fact. Well, how can they possibly prevail? Move for dismissal, Your Honor. Failure to state a genuine fact or material issue for which they can get relief. They couldn't possibly get any relief because I'm the one that won.
Okay.
Okay?
Great. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark.
All right, God love you.
Bye-bye.
God love you.
You too. Bye-bye.
I hope that was helpful.
Bye. Yeah, it was. Good. Okay, New York. Did you have a question? Go ahead, New York. Oh, New York.
Yeah, we can get a hold of you through Truth.
Yes.
You have an email because we have a number of people that are being held in Michigan.
Get a hold of Truth and work out how we're going to do the contact, and we'll work something out.
I appreciate it much. Keep it short. Almighty bless, keep and protect. Thank you for all that you do.
We're going to do the very best that we can. I think you know. We're going to do the best we can.
Yeah. And Truth too. Thank you for coming forward.
Not to worry. Thank you for being there.
Okay, thank you.
I need more guys like you out there.
Okay, we're going to move on. Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
Go ahead.
Hello, Mark. I'm going to pick up where I left off the other night when you ran out of battery and time. I have another question for you, and that was in regard to exactly what would you suggest as a means to go after the alleged original creditors in a credit reporting agencies to remove their bogus material there. Third-party debt collectors we can pretty much deal with, but the original creditors are different.
Well, I could give a seminar on this for 2 weeks just so you know that this is a large subject, okay? But the reality is you have to at least write them a sincere letter, and I always recommend, a first letter be very courteous and to the point. Tell them exactly what you feel has happened or what abuse or misuse of your name or your property interests, and then explain to them your feelings on the matter and ask them, will you correct your error? Okay? This is called concurrence, okay? If you don't do this and you file a lawsuit, the judge is going to ask the very first thing out of the chute, he's going to say, has concurrence been sought? And if you don't tell him that you wrote him a letter like this, or you make numerous phone calls to try and set up a meeting, try and work out your differences, and you have tried diligently to seek concurrence, he's going to take your lawsuit right over the basket and he's going to dump it right in. I learned that lesson by the Honorable Horace R. Gilmore, Chief Judge of the Federal District Court in Detroit, at which point he said, Sonny, go hire an attorney, somebody who knows what the hell they're doing, because you obviously don't know what you're doing, and I'm trashing your case, and he dropped it right in the basket. And that was a valuable lesson. I learned if you don't follow the court rules, and the court rule you want to look up is 28 U.S. Code Rule 41, okay? Now, after you've sent them a series of these type of letters, and you can put right on it first notification, second notification, third notification. Usually if you've done 3 notifications and they haven't come back with some kind of serious offer to assist you or help you with the problem, obviously they don't have any honorable intention to do that, do they? Now you can send them a notice of intent to take legal action. because they have failed to answer or otherwise plead. So they are in default. You can default them. Now, one of the good ways of doing this is on your Title 15 United States Code Section 1692. They sent you this letter telling you owe this bill. Fine. You send this letter back saying you verified a debt. You got 30 days. If they don't verify the debt within 30 days, immediately laches is incurred. Laches is a species of action where a party of reasonable intelligence and integrity having a right to take an action as prescribed by law and having failed to timely do so, give up all rights to proceed, okay? Now you default them if they don't respond within 30 days. Now you tell them, be you hereby notified you are about to be sued. This is a constructive notice of lis pendens. You will be sued. If I don't have some reasonable resolution to this problem within the next 10 days, you will be getting served with a lis pendens and a lawsuit, okay? Now you've given them an extra 10 days to see if they want to answer. Usually they'll send back some letter of reference from some attorney saying, we don't understand the nature of the cause of action or the relief that you're seeking, but if we'll try and sit down with you and work something out. Fine. Okay, let's do that. Set up a date. We'll be there. Okay? Then if they don't do that and timely do that, then you file suit. You start putting liens on their property to verify your claims. That, the reason you do that is because a lot of these companies have interlocking directorates, and what they'll do is they'll just shift their resources all over hell's half acre so you can't track them. And they use the MERS Corporation to get away with that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So these are the methods that you have for taking a legal step toward ratification and or redress. Now, if they don't get back with you within that 10 days, then you're going to have to sue them. So then you file a notice of complaint, a summons and complaint to bring them to court. Even after that, the judge is going to ask, has concurrence been sought? You can, before the court date, I would at least try and call them on the phone or write them a letter, tell them, hey, you want to sit down and try and work this out like regular folks, or you want to keep playing games with me? You know? If you want to sit down, I'm perfectly willing to sit down. I'm sure we can work this out, just given a little chance.
Well, this situation is going to fall under the FCRA, the Federal Credit Reporting Act, so it would be a federal case, correct?
Right. Federal Act would be federal. Title 15, United States Code 1692 for NG. That's
right.
Truth in Lending. Truth in Lending.
And also FTC, Dave.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with some of the stuff in the FTC.
Under Title 31, Section 1331, you have a right to proceed in rem, in quasi-rem, because you are the person actually holding the right. So you have a right to proceed with your suit, and they have to honor it. That's in rem and quasi-rem. That's what you would write right at the top of your page, right under your court heading. You're right that you're appearing in rem and quasi-rem. That's pursuant to Title 31, United States Code, Section 1331. Then you would proceed under Title 31, Section 1333, which means there's federal questions of law and constitutional rights involved. Then you would proceed under Title 28, United States Code, Section 1361, that there are sworn officers here who are sworn to uphold your rights, and they're not doing their job, right? And if you had a state case going, you could remove it from your state court to the federal court by filing Title 31, Section 1441, which says I have a right to remove this matter to the federal court because I meet all 5 criteria of the Rooker v. Feldman doctrine.
Yeah, well, this would be strictly for trying to clean up credit files is what I'm looking at.
Whatever you need relief.
Yeah.
But usually when you're doing all this, just to correct a few files and records, they're going to have sat down with you and tried to fix that before it gets this far.
One would surely hope.
And if they're that incredibly stupid, hey, they deserve to be sued.
I would agree.
And basically we're talking about courtesy here. These people are in business. Now, can you do business with people that don't like you? Most of the time, no. Do you go to movies of actors and actresses that you don't like? No. So if people don't like you, you're not getting the Oscar. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you're not getting the Oscar, you're not doing the job. If you're not doing the job, you're not going to be in business long.
Well, one quick comment that I'll make here, and then we can go to the next caller. My thoughts are that, well, never mind. I'll just pass on that. Go ahead and take the next caller. Thank you very much. Appreciate the information, Mike, and Truth.
Okay. Well, we appreciate
Thanks,
the caller
Dave.
and being there.
Thanks, Dave. Okay,
You bet.
next
Thank
is
you.
Stand up, Hookup. Let's jump.
Kokomo Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Okay, I had one more question, and actually two. Here the attorneys actually sign their name on summonses and you name it by just stamping it with the all capital name. And I wanted to know if you could elaborate a little more on it.
Look at their name. Look at their name. They write their name, and then right after that, they write Esquire. Now, what you don't know is the original 13th Amendment forbid titles of nobility. If you look it up, you'll see I'm right. The 13th Amendment was not originally against slavery. It was against admitting a person of title of nobility, especially in a sacred office of the government. Okay? When they put that Esquire in the end of the name, they're already an artificial person, right? Got me? We don't have no kings and dukes and lairds and what have you here.
Right.
Esquire, the actual term, comes from England, and it was meant to go as a title of nobility to an attorney. And sometimes it was actually taken out of context and used in slang, and they just called the guy Squire. Kind of like they call a judge, or Your Honor. Okay? So he already is an artifice, whether he puts his name in all caps or not. He's an artificial person.
Well, see, I did that exactly the way you said it. I did the colon, my first name, dash, middle name, and then another colon, okay? And last year in a case, and they just bowled right over it like it was, and of course I didn't know how to defend it, so it's like, okay.
They're stupid. If they do that, they're absolutely stupid because they just trampled on your sovereignty as a sovereign American person.
How do you fight that? Is there some way to
file a complaint against them? And a lot of people want to know, how do we ever go and get this stuff done? You're going to have to really get some brass, and go down into that place, that courthouse, and look up what a gentleman called, or lady called, the court administrator. And you're going to say, look, I got a problem. My constitutional rights are being trashed, and this particular judge is the one who's doing it. Now, if I can't get some resolution to this and get a fair, honest day in court, I'm going to have to file a complaint against your judge for violating my constitutional rights under Title 18 United States Code, Section 241 and 242, which is a $10,000 fine, 10 years in jail or both, and the results life in prison on the first side. And on the second side, I'm going to sue his ass for Title 42 United States Code, Section 1983, 1985, and 1986. Now, I'm not playing here. I want some resolution to this. I'm not going to allow my constitutional rights to get trampled. I don't care if he is a judge and thinks he's God Almighty. It ain't happening. So you either work out some kind of a thing where this guy is going to honor my constitutional rights, or plan on a big lawsuit against you, this city, this courthouse, and that judge.
And the complaint is about... Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that something we can work out today, you think, Mr. Administrator? And he will actually be treating you like gold, and yes, sir, and we'll see what we could do, and let's sit down and we'll get the parties together, and let's see if we can't work something out. Well, yeah, let's do that, because I am an honorable man. I show up in court. I'm not a deadbeat. I pay my bills. All I want is my fair day in court. Now, the problem is that some of these judges, they get to thinking they're God. We got a real bad judge up here. He's terrible. And this guy thinks he's God, and he has a Napoleonic complex so bad you cannot believe. And he's been here for years. And before he was a judge, he was the prosecutor. So he assumes that he can just about do whatever the hell he damn well pleases, and he does.
Yep.
And I know his attorney has told him, for God's sake, recuse yourself off this case. This guy's going to get you. He's already got 9 complaints into the tenure commission. Now, come on, let's get real. You're just walking into a serious lawsuit.
And what's the target? Now you're going to sit down and negotiate with these people, okay? So you want your sovereign name and you want your status is what it really does, is it determines your status. Okay, so once you get your status, then how do you handle the case that's against you? Is it just
truthfully and honestly as you can?
Okay.
Truthfully and as honestly as you can. Try and bring the facts forward that show your main arguments. Try and show those facts that are genuine issues of material fact that will show that there is a meritorious argument and a claim for which relief can be granted by the court. Try and show that the other party is as negligent and or irresponsible in their dealings with this, and that they have not done their job as they swore they would on their oath of office. That clearly they knew or should have known that they were breaking the law. But they did it deliberately, and that I have to assume they did it with malice and forethought because they thought they were above the law. Now, what are we going to do to fix this? To fix this, we want to go to trial. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to back down, so you better fix it.
Okay, that's beautiful. And if I've got time for one more, I think there'd be other people interested in this one too. When they say you take a benefit of something, so you walked out on the street, so you just took a benefit of the street. Does that not mean?
Your Honor. I object, Your Honor. Calls for conclusion with no substance and fact. Now, first of all, I need to understand something. Who's the attorney on this case? This guy over here, is he the attorney? Yeah? He's the prosecutor. Okay. Now, who's the judge on this case? You? You're the judge? Okay. Your Honor, I'd really appreciate it greatly if you're going to try this case as the judge, that you just be the judge and let him be his own prosecutor. You don't need to be the prosecutor and the judge because that denies me due process, Judge. That puts me in a court thumbs up, not innocent, thumbs down, guilty. See, and I can't have that. So you're going to have to make up your mind. Are you going to be the judge? You're going to just be the trier of fact. You're going to listen to the case and let him do his own trial and try his own case and present his own arguments. But lately, this whole morning has been taken up by you arguing his case. Well, that's not right, and I object to it. Will you fix it, or do we have to go to a higher court?
No wonder you win all the time. You're smooth as silk, man. Very good. Thank you.
And where the limits are. So you got to let them know where the walls are. Otherwise, they just trample all over you.
That was great. Okay, North New Jersey. Did you have a question for the Constitution Man?
Yes. Hi, it's me again.
Okay, go ahead.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Okay. You had spoken earlier regarding the IRS lien, notice of lien, and told us how to handle that. Now, how do you? I've done an A for V on tax sale certificates, on IRS liens, on you name it. You were saying that the A for V, if it's not returned, is handled and taken care of.
We
but I keep getting tax bills and
let's explain
and the tax
what an A for
certificate's
V is.
still there.
Let's explain to people what an A for V is because it's an abbreviation. We're all familiar with it, but a lot of people are not. What you're doing is you're accepting for value, non-negotiable, okay? And you're locking them into a standard. And obviously it's really worthless. What they're offering is worthless. So you're accepting it for value as worthless, so you don't owe anything. Then you're going to let them see if they have enough guts to answer you, which they won't. And they're just, a lot of letters are answered by computers. They don't have a computer's human side to them, and they have nothing but form letters. Well, send them a 56E7, fine. Okay.
A 56 what?
I'm just saying that the computer just picks out a form to send you. Mm-hmm. They don't look at it like you send them a form, they send you a form. You send them a form, they send you a form. You see what I'm saying? The computer doesn't have the human response touch. So you just get a whole bunch of these phishing letters back that are nothing.
No, I've gotten no responses at all. I sent them to the IRS. I got no response.
Probably because they are computers, and you're talking to a computer, and a computer doesn't know how to respond to accepted for value. All right, but let me explain something to you about accepted for value. We're talking about contract.
Doug Riddle has his answered all the time.
Excuse me. We may not know that process, so would you let him finish answering his question?
See, we're talking contract here. This is called willing buyer, willing seller. Whatever we can agree to is willing buyer, willing seller. We can have a contract. That's our right as free sovereign citizens. You can make any contract you want, okay? But here's the deal. You have to have two guys that want to play, okay? And what's happening here is they're sending you a bill, and they're coming from a computer, okay? And you're just sending them back an answer that they can't respond to because they're not programmed to do that, so they don't respond. That's what usually happens, okay? If they do respond, they try and tell you, well, this is all tax protester gibberish. We're not going to do this. This is a game. We're sending you the bill. If you don't take care of it, we'll just come take all your stuff, okay? Now, a lot of times they don't like getting in these contests because they realize that a lot of the people that are doing this are very sharp and very knowledgeable, especially on contract law and UCC. And so what's happening here is a combination of lack of communication, a combination of you don't communicate with the computer and the computer doesn't communicate with you, so it's just like you pushed the button and it went on to the next form, okay? The next form was a 58-9E. I don't know. They just keep adding these forms on. You need to also understand they just hired 18,000 new employees, okay? Some of these employees don't have an hour's training. I talked to this kid about a week ago. He did not have an hour's training. Okay? So you got a bunch of kids that they grabbed off the street, and they kind of like them dumb, you know, because they don't want them asking hard questions like, is this legal? Can we really do this? Because they're reading all our letters and finding out they legally can't do it. So then they quit. So they don't like real smart people. They pick people that are not that bright, okay? And then they get on the job, and all they're doing is exactly what they're told, if they're even told. Just send these letters out, you know. Send these fishing expedition letters out. Maybe they'll respond, maybe they won't. You never know. We call them fishing letters, okay? The bottom line is when you do these A for Vs, you think that you're dealing with a bona fide other party that's actually going to contract with you. And see, that's not happening, is it? So right from the get-go, your A for V is shot down, okay? Now, it's not that the argument is a bad argument. It is a good argument. There's a lot of valuable cases that have been won with A for Vs, okay? But practicality, understanding the way the system works, and understanding that they're just going to be firing computer letters back at you, and you're just going to be sending these A for Vs. And really nothing's going to get done except that the bill keeps going up and up and up and up. And one of these days, they're going to come out to your house, and they're going to try and grab your stuff. So there has to be a way that you can get across to them that you're not playing, okay, no matter what they're doing. Now, in theory of law, they have so many days to respond to the A for B, okay? And if they don't, then they're stoked by latches from coming forward. And the prima facie case of that is your Title 15 United States Code, Section 1692, parens G, which is the Truth in Lending Law, otherwise known as TILA. You're much better to not target yourself by saying going for an A for B, because immediately they're going to put you in what they call a stop category. Now, a stop category, if you're getting mail from the IRS that says stop underneath your name, stop 586G, you have been targeted as a tax protester. So you're not going to get any latitude out of these people, even if you write them nice letters, okay? Once you've been bracketed a tax protester, they can come get your stuff even without warning. They don't have to give you a warning. If you doubt that, read your Title 26 United States Code, Section 6331A, that after they've given you notice and you don't respond within 10 days, they can immediately come get your stuff. Now, they're unfairly doing this. I know that. They're unfairly categorizing people so that they can qualify that Section 6331A, so that if they want to go get your property, they can do it without having to give you a warning. But I'm telling you as a friend, if you write a lot of these letters like that, to the IRS, all of a sudden you're going to see a bunch of people out on your front lawn. They're going to be grabbing all your stuff. And basically the A for V is a practical, serious argument. But it doesn't have very much effect, and they kind of ignore it. Okay? You're much better to hold them to the standard of Title 15 United States Code, Section 1692G, and I'm expecting an answer within 30 days. If I don't hear from you within 30 days, I'm going to assume the matter is resolved in my favor. That's going to be the end of that. And even that is dangerous, okay?
Can you repeat that?
Okay.
A little slower.
I'm going to rely on Title 15, United States Code, Section 1692, parens G. And you have 30 days to respond and verify the debt. And if you don't do that within 30 days, I'm going to nail you by a stopel, latches by a stopel. And I'm going to consider the matter resolved in my favor, because you had every chance to answer a plea and you didn't do it, so therefore I'm going to consider your claim as fraudulent, and I'm not going to waste any more time on it.
And that's FDCPA, Mike, the Fair Debt Practices Act.
Right, that's right in the law. You have a whole lot of law behind you when you do that. Okay? Now, we don't get a response, and then they come and say, you have 10 days notice, we're going to seize property, okay? Well, one of the things you should be asking in every letter you write to these people is, I want my due process hearing. I want my due process hearing. They are required by law to give you a hearing before they touch your property in any way. If you're asking for your due process hearing, and they go and take your property, and they didn't give you the hearing, they screwed up bad, and I'll give you the name of the case. It's called Ruff versus Isaac. And they stole Ruff's house, and they sold it to Isaac. Well, the thing came to the Supreme Court. Well, guess what happened? The case got bounced out. Ruff got his house back. IRS had to pay Ruff his damages, plus they had to pay Isaac because he had put a lot of money to fix the house up. And you see, they totally lost every which way but loose. Now, curiously, I got that case by walking past the Supreme Court clerk. And she smiled at me because she knew who I was, and she knew that I was a good guy. And she passed this case over the bench to me and said, I know you'll find a good use for this. I looked at it and immediately smiled from ear to ear and said, thank you. And we've been using it ever since. You see, not all of the people down at the courthouse are bad guys. There's some good guys in there, gals. And they help us. A lot of times they let stuff slip by. And a lot of times stuff it was stamped right on the front of it, not for publication. Got me? That means it was never going to get published. And she slipped it across the bench to me deliberately, knowing that I would put full good use to it. Okay?
Are you allowed to cite non-published cases, though?
Yeah, you can if there's a legal precedent set.
Ah.
And guess what the legal precedence was? If there's a denial of due process. Now, how many cases can I cite on denial of due process? Title V, United States Code, Section 706. I can cite a whole bunch of court cases on it. Denial of due process is a violation. You got to do everything over, brand new, de novo. How much money did we spend doing it the first time? Well, we're going to spend twice that this time.
Hmm.
Okay. They won't go there. They will not go there. They give Isaac money to shut him up. They give Ruff his house back and paid him his damages, and they went quietly away. So these are precedents, and there's a case called Flood versus Kuhn, which says if the matter has been ruled on the court, it's stare decisis. That means it has been decided. Res judicata means it's been decided on the record before, and then you will take due recognized notice of that case if another case comes up that's very similar in the exact facts. You have to consider that case. So I'm citing your Ruff versus Isaac, and I'm telling you denied me due process just like you did in Ruff versus Isaac, and I want my house back. All of a sudden, they don't want to argue so fast no more.
Very cool.
Okay.
Let's move on to, I'm sorry?
That's the plan anyway, to make it cost them dearly for their gamesmanship. So then they don't want to go there. And then all of a sudden you'll get a code on your name and they'll just leave you alone. Because they do not want to go there. They don't want to get sued. They don't want to have their property attached. You know, you have a right to attach their property too. You know that, right?
Right.
You can go put a lien on their property just as easily as they put one on yours.
That's right.
So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I always said.
I agree.
Except when I'm coming, I'm going 500 million plus. You got to be kidding me. No, I never joke about stuff like that. You'd laugh. I was out in the street. You had to picture this. And they're having these wars right in front of the courthouse because all of them parking meters in front of the courthouse seem to seize up all the time or freeze up or something. You can't put any money in them. And then they come by and they want to put a ticket on your car. So I sat right in the car and I waited for them. So the gal came. I put my money on top of the meter. And she says, "You're illegally parked." I says, "No, ma'am, your meter is broke. I put the money right on top of your meter to show my good faith intent to pay you whatever you had coming. Your meter will not take any money in. Now, here's what's going to happen. You're going to either mellow out here and do the right thing and not issue me a citation, or I'm going to sue your socks off for issuing me a fraudulent document and complaint." At the same time that happened, Channel 7, the big-time TV station, the guy jumps out of his van and pulls his camera out, and he's filming this whole confrontation between me and this parking meter lady. And, I mean, he got it. Would you really take her to court for that? I sure would. You file a false and fraudulent claim against me, you're going to court. And when I go to court, I don't go to court for anything under $100 million. We do that just for a parking ticket. It's not the parking ticket. It's the principle that they're doing this and that they're deliberately not fixing the meters and that the meters are broke. And then when people come down here and think they can do this, and, well, I'll just go inside. Nobody will say nothing. And then they come right down the street and ticket everybody for $150. Do you think that's honest and square deal to you? Does that sound square deal to you? If he says, well, no. I said, well, that's why people are upset about it. That's why I told her, if you give me that ticket, I'd sue her socks off. And I looked him right in the camera, and I said, you want to go to court? Make my day. I love to go to court. He says, you're serious? I said, I'm deadly serious. This is a matter of principle here. This is not just the money, it's the principle. They're filing all these fraudulent complaints, and they're taking in all this money because they're trying to scam the people. And I take a personal offense to that. And it came on Channel 7 News, and they called it Parking Wars in the city of Detroit. There I was, standing there yelling, you give me that ticket, I'm going to sue your socks off. Not playing. She said, I'll call it in. We'll report it as broken. Fine, we do that. That's very nice of you. I appreciate your kind attention to this important matter. Thank you.
How long ago was that?
About 2 weeks ago.
God, can we get a copy of it? We can put it on YouTube.
Call up Channel 7.
Oh, you know better than that. He's already paranoid. Stop it.
Well, you can try calling Channel 7 News and see if they would release the copy of the tape.
That's cool. I'll try.
And
I'll
everybody that was
search for
standing
it.
around, everybody that was standing around was really laughing there, except that they knew I was dead serious. And then
It was called Parking Ticket Wars, or?
You were serious about that, huh? And I said, you're damn straight I was.
And it was called Ticket Wars?
It's called Parking Wars in the city of Detroit.
Parking Wars.
That was the name of the program, according to the guy on the camera.
Okay. Oh, that's great keywords. All right, let's see. We have a whole bunch of people waiting.
Stand up, hook up. Let's go.
Oregon, go ahead. Did you have a question for the Constitution Man? Oregon.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Sorry, this is Maryland. Quick question. On the A4Bs, I just took it that you said it's not advisable to go forward with utilizing that process, because my question was just to give the exact mechanics on how that actually should be done.
Now, wait a minute here. What is the process now? What process are you talking about?
On the A4Bs.
The A for B? Okay. What did you want to do with it? What did you want to do with the A for B?
I wanted to see if it would be applicable to paying like utility bills, perhaps some property taxes, and I'm looking to get the correct process to do that, if that would not be something that would lead me down the path of looking at a problem down the line.
Okay. Let's go short and sweet, straight to the point, okay? Do you really want to do this? I mean, how much time are you willing to put into this?
Well, I want to learn the correct process.
Would you put in 2 weeks of serious work to do this?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Would you put in 4 weeks of serious work to do this?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up, please?
Would you put in 4 weeks of serious work to do this?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Would you put in 10 weeks of serious work to do this? Now, obviously, I'm testing you.
For the desired result, yes, I would.
Okay. All right.
I want to get the
process reason I'm suggesting that is because the very first time you do this A for B, you're going to be immediately targeted for special attention on everything you do in that town. Okay? Now, let's suppose you're sitting in your bed in the middle of the night, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you call the fire department and you tell them, I got a fire in my garage. Would you get over here right away? Got me? What if those people were to deliberately drag their hiney and getting over to put that fire out? Would you be upset about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Most definitely.
How about if you had somebody screaming and hollering in the next neighborhood, and they're in the next door to you, and somebody was beating the hell out of their wife, or somebody doing some damnably stupid thing, and you called the cops, and it came from your home phone, obviously from your address, okay, and they'd put a code on your name so that the cops just don't come for a half hour or 2 hours, okay? Would you be upset about that?
Yes, I would, and I get the point on that. So we can move on.
You know that these guys get these codes right off of your phone, right off of your address, and they actually act upon them. I had a fire department refuse to go on a guy's property because they saw he had a militia no trespassing sign, And the fire department had determined, well, he's got to be a crazy guy in the militia. He probably has a whole basement full of explosives and ammunition. We ain't going there. So they let his house burn to the ground. Do you understand?
Yes, I follow what you're saying.
So you don't want to be given targets on your name unnecessarily, okay?
Right.
Because all of a sudden you're going to find when you go down to City Hall and you want something done right away, or you want a dog license, or whatever their jerk-around games are, you find out you get special attention. Why is that? Until you start winning, then you'll get the attention the other way. But until you win, you're going to get some serious bad attention, okay? So why would you want to do that? What advantage do you see in getting out of a small bill just so that you can be almost killed, literally, and no police even come to the door because they're stiffing you because you A for B them on their water bill or some ridiculous stupid thing? I just had an old guy do this, so I'm going to tell you his story. He got pissed at the city, and he A for B them, and you know what? They cut his water off, his water supply. Then they shut off his power, but they didn't just shut it off. They sent a fire truck out there with a big ladder to go way up on the pole, and they cut the wire right to his building. This guy had a stroke, and he really needed the power on because he had medicine in his refrigerator and all kind of stuff. And I'm telling you, they treated that poor man ridiculously, stupidly, all for some stupid little water bill because he A for B'd the thing. Okay. Now, supposing you needed an ambulance and you had to call the local fire department or the local police department to get an ambulance to your house, and they deliberately let you sit there injured and bleeding, you'd be pretty upset about that, right?
Yes.
So these are things that we have to seriously consider. I'm not telling you to back down. I'm not telling you to quit. I'm telling you to use good judgment. If you're going to do something, then understand the whole chessboard. Before you start moving pieces around the board, you need to understand. Okay, what is the risk? What is the threat? If I do this, then this and this and this are going to happen, okay? So you're not going to get very much help by using that A for B. They're not going to honor it. They're going to think you're a kook. They just cut your water off if you don't pay the water bill. They do all kind of stupid. Remember, go down there and sit in that office. Those people are wearing shower shoes and culottes, and they act flakier than a $3 bill. And you walk in there, and you're going to talk to these people, and they're going to, you wonder, how did they ever get through school? Because they act like they don't have a brain in their head, you know? And you're sitting there going to talk to them about A for B and the exemplary points of, for a contract to be valid, there must be a genuine offer. There must be a genuine consideration, a real equal share of value for value. There must be a knowledgeable entering into the contract. There must be, you have to sign your consent, you know, without any coercion, threat, or other intimidation. And, you know, if they want to honor the contract, that's fine. You'll purport to give them a contract A for B except for value. Assuming they even had that kind of knowledge to figure out the contract, right? Which they don't. And a lot of times you're talking to an answering machine or a computer who isn't even going to appreciate the magnificent argument for the A for B for the purity of the contract issue, okay? Now, wouldn't it just be better if you're going to fight, you got to fight for some real important issue, okay? Because if I'm going to put my tail on the firing line, we got to have an important issue, serious important issue, okay? And not just some piddling little water bill that for 3 months might be a whole $75. You know what I'm saying? Now, you pick your fight. You pick your fight, and you choose to pick something important, and it means a lot to you and your family. And you can start out in your preliminary discussions with A for B as a form of concurrence before the battle in court, okay? I don't have a problem with that. But eventually, there's going to be attorneys involved, so you're going to have some lawful argument that will hold water, okay, that you're going to be able to fire at these attorneys because they're God. Did you know that they're God? Can't you hear them walking down the hall with them wingtip shoes on, click, 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 click? Man, they think they're God. They think the sun rises and sets on them, and you're just some schmuck little peasant out here who doesn't even know nothing. And why should I even talk to you? You're lucky I'm even standing here talking to you, okay? That's their attitude, just so you know, okay? The only way to catch their attention and their attitude is you've got to be able to talk to them Just like if you're this kind of computer, you can only talk to those computers over there. If you're that kind of computer, you're an Apple computer, you can only talk to those Apple computers over there. So when you go over there, you better be talking to Apple. If you're going to be Apple, then you better know Apple. If you're going to be Intel, Cellular, or whatever, Dell, what have you, then you better know your program for Dell, okay? When you start talking to them, they're only going to respect you when you talk serious legal programming to them that shows they have sincere, serious liability here, and they can be sued. Then all of a sudden, dollar signs roll up in their eyes, and they realize, hey, this could get out of hand. This could be that one case that I don't never want to have in my life. Maybe I better just sit with this guy and talk to him and calm him down. That's the goal. The name of the game when you walk through that door is I want you to have your dignity when you walk out that door. There's only one way. You get dignity, you must give dignity. So when you go in, you're going to be your best, most courteous person. You're going to bare your chest and dare him to stab you. Dare him. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to do it courteously. And then you're going to explain to them their liability. And then you're going to show them the facts and the law. It'd be much better to show them and ask them to verify their debt under Title 15 United States Code Section 1692 Parens G, and then they're going to say, okay, we can show you that. Here's your water bill. Here's your meter readings off the bill. It says you got this many units, and it's this much a unit, and you therefore owe this much plus tax. That's the bill. Now, will you pay it? No? Now, if you can show some fraudulent situation or some breach of the law and them doing that, well, yeah, I can show you. Title 31, Section 742 says, except otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and other obligations are exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. This exemption extends to every form of tax which would require the obligations or the interest thereon be included in the tax or the purpose of the tax. See Memphis Bank v. State of Tennessee et al. Garner. Now, as soon as you tell that to the attorney, okay, so does that mean you don't want to pay the tax on it? That's correct. Okay, we'll just give you the water bill for the actual water units used. Is that agreeable with you? And you better say yes. Because you got a benefit, you got the water. Got it? And you might get out of paying the taxes this time just to shut you up. Okay? But when you come in after that, it's going to be, yes, sir, Mr. Smith. What can we do for you today? You know, you will be treated in a court of dignity and decent treatment. But if you just go in there and say, I'm A for V in you, do you know how many people that are listening to this program tonight that have no idea, not a clue what A for V means? They don't even know. A for V, what the hell is that? Is that some kind of new fruit drink? They don't know. So whenever you're abbreviating, you got to understand, okay, we're old hand. We know about all this stuff, and we can say A for V, and everybody knows what we're talking about, but everybody doesn't know what you're talking about. And you'd be amazed how many people get caught up in this trap every time they write a brief. They put all of this abbreviated stuff in there. Do you think that judge knows this stuff? He doesn't. He's going to think you're a kook until you're right in front of him and he can actually see you're not a kook, okay? Does that mean the argument is flawed? No. If properly used, the argument can be very effective for intimidating the other side into just leaving you the hell alone. For that purpose, it works very fine, okay? But if you want to be more effective, you're going to have to argue more serious programming and actual reasoning and try and reach them on their own language, in their own vernacular, so that you're not sitting here going, your diction's too copious for my diminished comprehension. In the future, you'll have to kindly endeavor to articulate more superbly so I can figure out what the heck you're talking about. Otherwise, you're inebriated by the exuberance of your vivacity. Now, do you understand what I'm talking about? That's that Dr. Irwin Corey. He used to come on Johnny Carson. He used to catch his foot on the first step every time. Then he'd go sit down in the chair, and Johnny, of course, would kick him and wake him up, and then he'd go into that, your diction's too copious for my diminished comprehension. In the future, you'll have to kindly endeavor to articulate more superfluously so I can figure out what the heck you're talking about. And everybody would just roar.
I remember
Do you see my
that.
point? Do you see my point? You can leave people. I had this attorney pull me into court one day, and he's, Your Honor, we don't understand the nature of the cause of action or the relief sought. I said, excuse me, Judge, for a minute. This isn't directed at you, okay? And I do not wish to be discourteous to the court. So this just goes for him and applies to him only. And I turned to the guy and I said, hey, yo, your client drove his truck into the side of my client's truck, dig? And then he proceeded to get out and promise my client that he would take care of all the damage, dig? Then he proceeded to get back in his truck because he was so screwed up drunk and backed into the other side of my client's truck, dig? And then he got out and promised to take care of that too, and he didn't take care of Jack, dig? And I says, that's what this is about, buddy. We're here today to get that resolved. And I turned to the judge and I says, I beg your pardon, Your Honor. I know sometimes things get kind of convoluted here, and some people's diction is too copious for their diminished comprehension, and in the future they should endeavor to articulate more superfluously so they can figure out what the heck they're talking about. And we apparently have gone over some people's head right here, and if you talk like that all the time, everybody looks at you like you're nuts. But sometimes you just got to reach down and go for it. And I apologize to the court for digressing. The judge turned to the little clerk recording everything, and he goes, you're getting all this down now. This one's going to be really good.
That's funny.
You see, it's about communication. What we have here is a failure to communicate. How can we improve that? You want to be straight to the point. You want to be matter of fact. You want to cite exact law. You want to tell people right where you're talking about. You don't want to assume that they don't understand or they do understand. If anything, you want them to understand. And when you rattle stuff off A through B like that, they don't know what you're doing. They don't know that you're actually creating a implied contract. They don't know that willing buyer, willing seller is the law of the land. They don't know that if you don't answer me back here and agree to this contract, then you waive all your rights, to a payment. They don't know all this stuff.
Can we move on?
Is they just ignore you. Yeah, we can move on.
Do you have anything else, Oregon? Yeah.
Does that satisfy your question? I try not to be too long, but on that one I knew we were going to be long. Now, do you see how you can get into deep doo-doo right away? And you got to have the shoes to handle the deep doo-doo when you do. Okay, let's go on. Jump. Stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door.
What'd you say, Truth?
I mean, he means deep hip fishing boots, not shoes.
Yeah, you need big boots. That's right, because you're getting a big contest.
Okay, we're moving on. Michael James Anthony, go ahead. Did you have a question for the Constitution Man?
I did have a question for the Constitution Man. I appreciate it. I'm going to go back and listen to the stuff about the 1040 form being only for a corporation because I want to know more about that. But my question was,
have you ever heard of a guy by the name of he has whole seminars and tapes that you can get. Eddie Kane is his name. He published all kind of stuff, and his wife still is running his operation.
Yeah.
And they're selling his old tapes again to help handle his legal matters. She operates out of Miami, Florida now. I'll try and get a number and a contact for you. And if you watch his seminar tapes, he explains it in such great detail. Now, I don't know if you remember a couple years back, 25,000 police officers in New York City all got busted for tax evasion.
No, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, it was Eddie and myself that flew there with a pastor from Dallas, Texas, who was an expert on trust law. We actually counseled those police officers. They had a huge auditorium, and we went out there and put on this very seminar explaining that exact issue. And every one of those cops took up the banner, and every one of them got totally off. We just let them all go.
Wow.
Now,
that's great.
Then I got tossed in jail on a ridiculous charge, and believe it or not, those cops actually called the jail where I was at and told me it'd be a real good idea. You didn't harm a hair in the head of that guy. We're real fond of him in New York City. And the sheriff asked me, who the hell do you know in the police department in New York City? And I told him, remember the 25,000 cops that got busted by the IRS for tax evasion? I'm one of the guys that flew out there and got them all totally off. He said, oh, that'd do it right off, huh? I says, yeah, I can do it for you, too. He says, oh, no, you're not getting them crazy people after me. They're nuts. So, you see, you never know when you do a kindness. Now, let's get to your question real quick, and we'll go. Go.
All right.
And hook up.
The 6331A issue that came up earlier,
yes.
I was helping a friend who had her paychecks levied by the IRS, and we went down walked into the IRS office down here in the federal courthouse building, located in Boise, Idaho, and we asked for the IRS assistance officer, the little clerk, and we said, well, we had a question for you. He said, what's your question? Well, we've got this levy situation, and here on the form, right on the back, it talks about 6331B, but what we noticed was when we looked it up that there's a Section A. Section A is missing, and I know you talked about that. It's fraud and silence and all that. So we said to him, now it also says in there very clearly in the English language that this levy, notice the levy only applies to federal employees. So she's not a federal employee, so how is this levy applicable to her? Well, he looked at it, and he got on the computer, he tapped around a little bit, and he turned back with a quizzical look on his face, and he said, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
Bingo.
So he called over his supervisor, named Ryan, who sat at the computer, and he tapped around, and he looked at us after he asked him the question, and he said, you know what? I think you two are constitutionalists.
Oh,
and
cut it out.
I'm not kidding you. Word for word.
I'm telling you.
Said,
that's what I'm telling you about targeting.
Right.
You notice how fast he did that.
Yeah, because all we said was we didn't bring up the Constitution. And he said, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the building and never return.
So I said, well, then help on your tax return, huh?
Yeah, you're not going to answer the question then. And he said, no, I'm not. And we were escorted out of the building by the U.S. Marshals.
Yep, I know the feeling. I've had it happen to me a couple times.
All we did was ask a question.
Yeah.
We were reading the code, figured out what it said, wondered why that section was missing, read the section. We understand English.
Well, you're talking to the guy who was responsible for getting that section removed, because that's exactly what I used to do all the time. And finally, they pulled it right off the form. But I was one of the first guys to figure that out back in 1977.
Wow.
And that document now you can't even get. That document is considered a collector's item. That's why they're doing these notice of liens and not doing the real lien, because the real lien has that paragraph 8 on it. And there are people bright enough to read it and did exactly what you did. Now, we need to finish the question. Did they put back her money? Got taken out of her check?
Nope, they took it.
All right, what we need to do is write a letter to them and ask them, I went down, I sought a meeting with your people actually agreed with me and told me that they don't know any reason why I should be having money taken out of my check. Now, do you think we can reach a concurrence here and you stop taking that money out of my check? Because otherwise I'm issuing you this notice right now that says, I do not authorize the division of my property by any means whatsoever without my express written consent or due process of law, and due process shall construe to allow me a chance at a hearing to go and state my case in chief and explain my side of it, okay? And you can explain your side of it, but you cannot touch my property until we've had that hearing, and I have never gotten such a hearing, and I have asked for that hearing, and you people just took my property anyway. Now, can we resolve this immediately? So far, you've taken $1,250-some out of my checks. I want that money back plus interest. You got 10 days or I'm filing suit.
Gotcha.
All of a sudden now, that employer is not wanting to go there. Hey, I'm not an IRS agent. I don't enforce the Internal Revenue Code. I'm just an employer. I never wanted to get in the middle of this big pissing contest. All I want to do is try and stay in business and work and do my job and go home and love on my family and pay my bills. Now, here you are talking $100 million lawsuit against me, and I'm not even in this. So guess what? I'm going to opt out of it. And if you want to come collect their money, you come collect it out of their bank or whatever, but you're not fooling with me. And there was a businessman in Texas who actually did that. He owned a plastics company, and he shut down all deductions out of all his employees' checks and said he was not an agent of the IRS. Nobody had ever told him that he had a responsibility to be an agent out of the IRS and to do the IRS's bidding, and he was not going to subject his company to being sued because of some IRS agent who may know or may not know what the hell they're talking about, and then he goes and follows up on it and sees that their check gets sued for the privilege. There are actually court cases that say that.
Wow.
One who enters into an agreement with the U.S. government takes the responsibility of having ascertained as to what his authority is under that relationship with the government, and having so done so is entirely liable for any acts done under his auspices. He's liable.
Right, I remember that.
Okay.
So for the future withholdings, can she change her withholdings?
We're not doing it. And here's another thing you could do. You could write a letter to your company and tell them, look, the tax liability isn't due until April the 15th of the following year. That's when it's due. I propose to handle all my own tax affairs, and I'm relieving you of any responsibility for taking care of my tax liabilities, okay? You're not given any permission to involve yourself in my private tax and business matters. So from now on, I will take care of my own tax issues when they become due on April 15th, and if, in fact, I do owe a tax, I will take care of that myself. I don't want you in the middle of any of my business relations or affairs from now on, so just when you come to the end of the week, you just cut me my check and let me take care of my own business, okay?
Right.
I've had employers say, fine, as long as we have that release document, then we can show the IRS that you didn't want any advance payments taken out of their check to handle them. See, people don't realize those payments are advance payments.
Correct.
Taken out. But they're not due liable for until April 15th of the following year. Did you know that?
I did know that.
They're taking advance payments. That's what they're doing. Okay? All right. Does that resolve your question?
That does, and I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of Irwin Corey also, by the way.
All right. Yeah, I like Irwin Corey myself.
You know, we had
It was one of my favorites.
You know, here in Idaho, I just want to let you know, we're making some serious inroads against the de facto government here. We're having court cases dismissed on the traffic side, and we've made them aware of what we, as the people of Idaho, intend to be subjected to and not subjected to. We have an unincorporated association called the Citizens of Idaho, and it's working very well because an unincorporated association can intervene in an administrative or judicial proceeding in the state.
Excellent.
We have an interest. So we're going in there with respect and educating them. And in Texas,
now I need more people to think like you do.
Yeah, we really do, and we're working on it. We're really working on it. I had a case last year of a lady in Texas who was being foreclosed on, and we asked the judge, according to the rule, if for an abatement, according to the rule, and if it was abated, it had to be dismissed, and he didn't dismiss it. He allowed the foreclosure, but he told the lady, do you have another claim pending in this court on this matter? And she said no. And he said, well, I'm not going to sign this for 10 days. So I went into the Texas codes, and I found they don't call it a quiet title there. They call it a suit to remove the cloud from the title.
Okay.
And we filed that, and when it hit the court, he sent the foreclosure back to the attorney unsigned. And she got a letter a week later saying that her loan had been paid off.
Excellent. I think you know it had been paid off before she even did that, because it was
That's
paid
right.
off when they went into her Social Security private account and took the money out of her Social Security account to create the loan in the first place.
That's exactly right. It's like the guy who said when the judge asked him, have you made any payments on that loan? Well, yeah, it was paid at closing. It was paid in full at closing.
Right.
And there was silence because they didn't want to go there.
You want to have a lot of fun? Ask them to produce the actual receipt and the parties signing it for the origination fees. They charge you $800 for origination fees, and you pay a receipt for that, and it's in the closing records, but try and get it from them. They will not give that up, because that tells you exactly how they got the money.
Mm-hmm.
And they are telling themselves that they created the money out of the Social Security private trust account in your name, off of your Social Security account number.
Wow, no kidding.
All of a sudden, does that look like fraud to you? Bingo, go to the head of your class. And that's what they don't want to come out in court, because they'll be rioting in the streets if everybody figures out. Imagine you were left money as a settlement offer in the bankruptcy in 1933 in your private trust account at your Social Security private account. And, you have this money there. If you wanted to use it, you could. But if you don't want to use it, that's all right. We'll let it sit there and accumulate, okay? Meanwhile, the bank figures out they can go down there and they can create if you give them permission, they can create a demand on that account and then pretend to lend you your own money and then want you to sign another form saying you're indebted to them.
Exactly.
And they took your own money to create the loan in the first place and then charged $800 on top of that for the origination fees now.
And then reinvest it and make more interest. Oh, I know.
I think you know. They make 11 times the face amount on it. So that's where your inflation factor is coming in.
Yep.
All right.
Well, all right. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
God love you and keep you. Let's jump.
Okay.
Stand up, look up.
Next we have Central Coastal California.
Okay.
Go ahead. Central Coastal California. Did you have a question?
How's your battery, Mike? Is it holding?
Angie? It's Mark. I had another question.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
A question. I heard there was a court case, and I didn't write it down a couple months ago. I didn't think I was going to need it. I think it was either Church of Scientology or Jehovah's Witness case that they canceled their Social Security due to the fact they thought it was a mark of the beast through religious reasons.
Yep,
and they were expecting disability through a third-party contract. And part of that contract said that they couldn't, that they could deduct the amount of Social Security, and the fact that they canceled the Social Security due to religious beliefs did not. They didn't pay them. They won the insurance company won in court, so they weren't paying them the amount that Social Security would have compensated them. Do you know that court case? Are you familiar with it at all?
I'm not familiar with that exact court case, but Jehovah's Witnesses are responsible for a whole lot of magnificent court cases where people's individual rights as persons is upheld highly. One of them is Murdoch v. Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105. Another one is Shuttlesworth v. Birmingham, Alabama. And these are major court cases that require that no state can convert your constitutional rights into privileges, and then they're required to have a license and a fee for it. I can look that up. I'll look for it on the issues. There is a Taco Bell case that says they cannot require you to present a Social Security number and deny you any privileges or immunities by so doing, especially if it's for a religious reason. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court held, hey, you can't do that. You cannot deny somebody their rights.
Excuse me, Mike. Mark and I had this conversation before this call. Mark, I really don't appreciate you taking up somebody else's time. Look the case up and find out for yourself, because
I tried. I was trying earlier.
You didn't ask the attorney, so you need to ask the attorney, and please let somebody else ask the question. Thank you.
How long? Just a second here. Just a second. I might be able to help him out fast. How long ago did this case occur?
I don't know.
All right, here's what I want you to do. Call up the United States Supreme Court on the Internet. Just type in the United States Supreme Court.
Okay.
And then they'll have a whole bunch of pages of all the sites that you can look up on the Supreme Court. You're looking for the site that says Law in Review and Records, okay? Then you're going to literally walk back year by year, and it'll give you every Supreme Court case that came down month by month and when they came in, and then you'll just ask for the issues relating to Jehovah's Witness as a party. And it'll pull up every Jehovah's Witness for the last 5 years, and then you'll find your case immediately, okay?
Please look at the Church of Scientology. That's what you need to Google, Mike. Church of Scientology.
I'm not sure which one it was, because it was a couple months ago. I looked under both of them, and I couldn't find it.
Well,
so I just thought I'd ask you the question. If you
can go back 20 years. You can go back 20 years, but if it just happened, probably it'll be in the last 6 to 8 months, and you can go back to the court records, and they will actually pull up and then just ask, are there any Scientology cases in 2010?
Okay.
Every one that came up, it'll show you, okay?
Okay, great. Thanks.
Any Jehovah's Witness cases.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Do we have another question? Let's go. Stand up, look up, shovel to the door. Go, 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 go.
Yes, we do. Go ahead, North Nevada. Did you have a question?
Yes. I just wanted to ask, what do you do in a situation when you just continue to go after them and they can continue to to send back and ignore you. Like, for example, they don't want to acknowledge your filing into the record when you go into the court. They don't give you your copy back filed. They may give you a cover copy, a copy of the cover sheet. But when you establish a court of record, as a constitutional counsel, they just seem to have a real problem with that. So,
you're fighting the whole legal system. It's called the demonstration court, and they pretty well set up these agencies in every state and union. And their idea is to block you, a pro se litigant, from coming and getting service before their court. And they're basically of the attitude that if you're a pro se litigant or not an attorney, you're not getting any relief before this court. So you better just understand that right now. If you want to get any relief, you're going to have to hire an attorney, because they're trying to keep their standard of living and their lifestyle going, okay? Because they're starting to find out that the people can be very good attorneys, and they can actually learn and do this stuff very good. I actually had an attorney general tell me, I hate going against people like you. And I said, why is that? And I said, well, first of all, your pleadings are perfect. What do? Copy them out of the law books? I said, as a matter of fact, we do. Bender's notes. At which point he told me, don't you know that judges get mad as hell when you come in here and try and play attorney? And they went to law school all these years and put themselves through and got all this stuff and worked and got elected to office. And here you come walking in an upstart and pretending to play attorney. That just pisses them off to no end. So right away you got 3 strikes against you and you haven't even heard the gun go off to start the game. Now, next, so what I do is we try and make the briefs kind of appear to be a beginner did it, a hokey beginner. And then we work and we get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger until it's like, hey, man, this is as good as any attorney I've ever put out. But you don't come on that strong right out of the chute, because you want the judge to see that, hey, this kid's really learning fast. Look, man, remember his briefs when he first came in here? Look at them today. They're really powerful. You know what I'm saying? That is a game that you have to play with that demonstration court, and Michigan is one of the first states to actually put that programming through. So you're going to find every state in the union has some version of that. And the best I can tell you is you're just going to have to make up your mind, make your face like flint, and you're going in there. I would encourage you to look up a case called Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. The gist of that case is that the court may not consider that you are a skilled attorney, long school in the art practice of law, that the court may not consider whether or not you write magnificent briefs with excellent legal syntax and prose, legal prose, that the true test is for the court is to make sure that you get your day in court and your chance to present your case in chief, that is the real test. And barring that, they denied you due process and have to do the whole thing over. Okay? That's Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. And it also, the case says that they may not summary judgment a pro se litigant on some frivolous argument. Okay? But they do it all the time. I understand what you're telling me. I didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday. I do know this is a serious problem. We're working on it. But the reality is, you just got to be ready for a fight and ready to go the whole 9 yards. That's kind of where we're at. We just got to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until they understand we're not playing.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's going to be a test, and the test is going to be who can outlast who. You really want this? You want to do this, or what? What do you want to do?
Absolutely.
That's the point. And if you really want to do it, you'll do it.
Yeah, I'd like to give you some contact information so you can get in touch with me. My email is Tom.
I'm going to tell you out of caution and common sense, and I know some things you don't know, that's not in your best interest. Okay? So what we'll do is we'll have you contact Truth, and you put your contact information with her, and that will make sure you don't get any special treatment. Okay?
Well, I get the whole United States is after me because I'm taking away all their water resource, their sewer. So everyone knows my email address. It's tom@reclamator.com. And I'm
I'll
in
write
the
it
middle
down, but I'm going to caution you to use good judgment here because these people play very tough ball.
I know. I'm playing with all of them right now, Carl.
But you're not excuse me, you're not respecting his wishes, so can we go to the next caller? You're not even listening to what he's asking of you.
I'm trying to keep you alive till tomorrow is what I'm trying to do.
Okay. We'll move on to Olivia 712. Olivia 712, did you have a question for the Constitution Man?
Hi, hello.
Hi. Hi.
Hey, so I am one of those people that is in deep doo-doo, And I have submitted multiple A for Vs on some presentments from the IRS. Recently, they levied my bank account, and so, I'm just a little concerned about how to start cleaning this up. What my next step should be to I guess, put myself in better standing.
How much did they get from the bank?
Well, there was 2 accounts, and they took about $2,200 from one and just $64 from the other.
Okay, we can get all that stuff back for you, and we can actually file so that they'll pull all those liens. But this is what I was talking about in the beginning of the call tonight. This is an involved situation. What we're going to need to do is get your contact information, and then we can show you exactly paperwork as to how you're going to file and what you're going to do, and they will release all the liens probably within 2 weeks to a month.
Even after I've passed the time, they give you 21 days to respond, and it's been.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did they fraudulently take your money?
Yes.
Would you say that it was done fraudulently?
Yes.
Okay. There is no statute of limitations on fraud. So we can go get them anytime we want. Okay?
Okay, now, I noticed that when you were talking, too, that on the reply address it does say stop, so I'm assuming that I'm now marked
as... you a tax protester. That's what they've
right.
done. And then they just come grab your stuff. And they have no basis to make such a determination unless
right.
you've been writing them letters all this time telling them you're an unfranchised common law free man, you live entirely at the common law, you're not a participant in any tontine schemes or limited liability on a joint venture for private and insurable interest requiring you to participate in these fraudulent Ponzi schemes, and you ain't paying these BS taxes anymore, and you'd stuff your IRS somewhere where the sun don't shine daily. If you're sending letters like that, then they'll bracket you as a tax protester, okay?
Right.
If you haven't been sending that, they got no reason to put you down as a tax protester.
Right. So, although I have submitted all those A for Vs, and recently,
you're talking to a computer, dear.
I know. And recently, I submitted a different procedure with it just being labeled as a money order, and that's what I sent all of their most recent requests back as. And so, although I've done all of this, I can then clean my name up and put myself in a different position.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
We can still do it. You'll have to get in contact with Truth and get a way we can get a hold of you, and hopefully we will get you this information, and then you can better try and resolve this favorably in your favor. And this document is rather substantial. One letter is over 115 pages long, so it's rather substantial.
Wow.
And the other letters are only 3 to 5 letters, 3 to 5 pages, but the bottom line is they relate to the big letter. And once you send the big letter, usually they drop all their claims against you and they leave you alone.
Okay, that's good to know.
Then we have to go back after them and write them, okay, now that you realize you made an error, we would like you to fix that error and put back all the monies that you took that you wrongfully took. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
They'll take time. It'll take time. It's going to take about a good 90 days to get it all done. But it can be done. I have done it myself personally, and I can show you the procedure that we use. It works quite well.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a relief. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And I want to say, anyone that's trying to contact Truth through myprivateaudio.com, click on the link that says Guest Seekers, and then I forgot that I had made a listing at the top of the page there in alphabetical order. So all you got to do is go to T, and where it says Truth, TRVTH, click on that, and it'll take you to the page with the information on there. At the bottom on the right, it has her email address, and so you can get it from the myprivateaudio.com
We'll be right back here and we'll give you the method, okay?
Website. Okay, great. We're going to move on now.
Okay.
We have Northeast Texas. Did you have a question for the Constitution Man? And everybody, please don't say his name. Refer to him as Mike or the Constitution Man or Fred or something.
Hey, you in the green, yeah. Okay. And
All right, go ahead, Northeast Texas.
I'm trying to do this for your safety more than
Hello. Am I on?
You're on.
Yeah.
Stand up. Let's go.
Stand up. Okay. I'll stand up. My name is Robert Fox. I have known
Robert.
the Constitution
This is
Man.
the famous Emperor of the South. That's
yeah.
This is the guy who made his country on the deck of his boat in the harbor, Galveston Harbor.
Hi, Robert.
Hi.
Set up his own ambassadorship and got his own passport.
Yeah. I've known Constitution Man for close to 20 years. He has visited with me in Texas, and I've visited with him in Michigan. And Constitution Man is truly a blessing from our Heavenly Father. And I give thanks and count it an honor to know such a great man.
Oh, we don't. Everybody's great in their own little way. We each got to just keep hustling and make something happen. You've made a lot of things happen too. I've been in court with you. I've been right there when you did the hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, let my yea be yea and my nay be nay. Stomping that staff on the floor. I've been right there. I love the part about the jury voir dire where you objected to the judge that you would proceeded to ask the jury, does each and every one of you have a driver's license? And they said, yes. Does each and every one of you have a voter's registration card? And they said, yes. And does each and every one of you have a Social Security card? And they said, yes. And he says, Your Honor, may it please the court, these are not my peers. And the judge leaned back down to me and says, well, you got to understand, Mr. Fox, you're a rather unique fellow. I don't think we find a whole bunch of guys like you.
Well, they're an homage jury taking bribes from the unnamed true party in interest, the International Monetary Fund.
I think you know, Robert has had his back broken. He's been beat up by the cops all kind of times. He's always been there on the front line. He's just a fabulous patriot. We need a couple 100 million more like him.
Yes, we do. We need to have him back on our talk show.
Robert is a uniquely qualified. He's the only guy that ever won a federal case on the issue of whether he could be his own country if he wanted to be. And have his own actual ambassadorship and have his own passport for his ambassadorship. That way, when they pulled him over, they didn't have the jurisdiction to write him a ticket. He'd show his passport. So he had immunity. Who sits around thinking of stuff like this? And I'm telling you, it's folks just like you out there. So come on, I want somebody to think of something tomorrow, come up with some kind of a good idea, and then go pull it off. Let these people understand, okay, you published that we're beasts of burden, steak on the table by choice and consent. Okay, you published that we'll never swim the moat of ignorance and figure out what's being done to us. Surprise, surprise. We figured it out. In that moat, we do that sucker backstroke both ways.
I love the way you talk.
Well, we try. We let them know. I'm a lot of fun in court, too. They get quite a rally out of me. Except the one little girl was upset. She said, I think I got my dignity back today. I said, yes, you did, baby. You whooped them bad, real bad. And she said, but I don't talk like a ranger. I don't tell people not to piss on my leg and tell me it's raining out. And everybody in the court just busted.
Oh, jeez.
So, anyway, courts can be, and I think the judges like the comic relief every now and then.
Robert, did you have anything else to add?
No, just I would just say that Constitution Man is incredible, and I love listening to him at any opportunity.
Well,
me too.
That compliment. I thank you kindly.
And you too, Robert. Would you do me a favor and email me?
Well, I don't have
Please.
email right now.
Oh gosh.
They grabbed his stuff is what happened. They grabbed his stuff. So I'm trying to get it back.
All
Not
right.
to worry. We will figure a way. We will figure
Okay, may I interject? Excuse me.
Sure.
I've already talked to you, Robert. This is Truth. Greetings. and he's agreed to do a call for you, and I'll tell you about it later after the call.
Oh, that'd be great. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're all learning, and the more people we have that are brilliant to learn from, the better off we all will be.
Well, when he gets thrown in jail, I rate him the Emperor of the South. When I get thrown in jail, he calls me the Emperor of the North. And of course, the jailers are sitting there wondering, who the hell is this guy? My American hero, Emperor of the North, you know. Pops, is that you? I said, I don't know. Let me see the name on it. He said, they got your name on here. Must be you. Well, maybe the guy's got problems and he needs some help. Well, Pops, you ain't no attorney now. You know what happens if you start practicing law? We have to throw you in the hole. Remember I told you that when you did that guy, that motorcycle guy that beat up the guards. I told you, don't help nobody. We've got to throw you in the hole.
We're losing you. Can you speak into the phone?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, can we move on? We've got 3 more people.
Let's go. We want to finish. Stand up.
Okay, Cleveland.
Through the door. Count to 4.
Go ahead, Cleveland. Did you have a question for the Constitution Man?
Yes, I did have a quick question. I want to say good evening to all of you, first of all. And I just wanted a quick question to the Constitution Man. What was your feelings on the new thing in Cleveland where they, I believe it's Judge Nancy Russo or a group with her, had established this new thing where lawyers or attorneys in foreclosure now have to do official, proper affidavits when they're bringing somebody to foreclosure?
Yes, and that was done by a order of the judges together with the Attorney General of the state of Ohio, who is hot on these attorneys that are bringing these phony affidavits where they have these robo-cop or robo-signers that just, the one guy, I think he bragged he did 5,000 signatures in one day. Like, how could you even look at 5,000 cases in one day? That would be absolutely absurd.
Now, if the attorneys, let's say, prior to that order had filed affidavits, do they have to file new affidavits, or are they accepting affidavits on if the case is ongoing?
There is a question as to whether or not the affidavit is correct. My advice to them is you better put in the new one.
In addition to the one that's already there?
That's right. Because if there's any doubt, it's going to go against you.
That's what I thought. Okay, well, I'll let you go on because I know you've been on for a long time. Appreciate your help. And I did speak the truth, so hopefully you have my communication contact, so hopefully I'll be hearing from you.
All right, we'll do our best.
Okay, thank you all so much.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, we're moving on to Rich Mitch 8.
Hi, Angela.
Hi.
Hi. This is Rich of Rich Mitch, and wonderful call tonight. I got home late. My wife had been cooking dinner, and I'm sorry to ask again for this citation, but she told me, you've got to get this. Apparently there was an unpublished case. Something was given to the Constitution Man in the courthouse. I don't know any more than that.
Ruff versus Isaac. Ruff versus Isaac.
RUFF?
Ruff versus Isaac, yep. That's the name of the
first one? I'm not getting it. Okay.
Ruff versus Isaac, and it's unpublished, but I can get you a copy. If you get in touch with Truth, I'll get you a copy of it.
I'll do that. And then I have only one other question, which is to know whether there's any federal or Supreme Court case law that you're aware of that will support the premise that a default judgment issued solely on the basis of hearsay is erroneous. I've got that from the New York Supreme Court, but I'd like something from federal.
All right, I'll give you the case. It's Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519.
Oh, okay, very good. I hadn't ever thought of it in that context, so I better read it again.
It's a denial of due process no matter what you're talking about, right? They can't hold you to the same standard as an attorney law school and you aren't practicing the law, right? They don't care if you write fancy briefs with fancy legal syntax and legal prose. They don't care if you have magnum cum laude after your name from Cornell Law School. You know what I'm saying? The only thing they care about is whether you got a chance to be heard and present your case in chief.
Well, I understand that.
Then the only thing that they're interested in is if they can understand the complaint and can fix it, then they are duty-bound to do so. Okay?
Not sure that I asked the question properly in that from that answer.
Well, that would be the case that would handle your question right there. Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519.
Okay. Can I rephrase it just to make double sure? I realize there's somebody else waiting.
Go ahead. I'll explain it.
Situation is this, excuse me, Fannie Mae brought a case, this is a foreclosure case, in where I am, non-judicial foreclosure. They do not go to court over that matter. They go to court over an unlawful detainer, and they say, we're now the landlord, you be the tenant, and you got 2 months rent doing, and we're going to court.
No, we're not going there, Judge. You're not converting this case into a landlord-tenant case. I still had rights on the old case. Somehow you people have converted my rights into some kind of a privilege here, and now you think that I'm a landlord-tenant situation. This is not the case. I'm in a fraud argument here. I'm suing for fraud.
Except we were not suing. And we need to counterclaim.
You better get suing.
Yes, okay. There is actually a new code section in this state, which is Utah, as of 2007, which extends the landlord-tenant privilege specifically to former mortgagor and mortgagee, and creates
that's fraud. I would claim that as fraud, absolute fraud. They have no right to do that.
At
what point did you sign a contract with them being a tenant?
Negative. I understand your point.
Have you ever recognized them as a landlord?
Negative.
See, that's how they're getting around the actual legal due process requirements.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's what they're doing, and that is fraud all by itself.
Yeah, and it brings in the legislature in collusion.
Yeah, and it's clearly a denial of due process, so immediately we go to Title V U.S. Code Section 706, and you denied my rights, so let's do the whole thing over. Why don't we try it this time and follow the rules like they were written? What do you say, boys and girls?
Right, good. All right, well, where I was going with it is that they didn't even appear by affidavit, nothing, just the attorneys. I did an administrative response.
Without that affidavit, they don't even have standing to appear before the court.
Well, that's my point. Where do I find that?
Believe it or not, it's in UCC, and I can give you the sites on it. UCC 3-202 Prens 2 is one of the sites. 3-203 is another one of the sites. And 3-405 is another one of the sites.
Wonderful. That should be sufficient for now. Thank you very much.
Look it up, and you'll see who has the right to exercise, as holder in due course, the right to enforce the contract.
I'll do it.
If they haven't proven their standing to do so, then we go to Title 28 United States Code Rule 17 Parens A, and without proving their standing, they don't have a right to proceed. There's no jurisdiction for them to proceed. Move for dismissal, Your Honor. Failure to state a cause of action upon which you're being granted. And I'd like my title quieted, and I'd like any and all monies that were fraudulently turned into this contract to be returned to me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Lovely. Very nice. Thank you. Moving on. North New Jersey, did you have a question for the Constitution Man?
Yes. Can you tell me how I would handle a tax sale certificate recorded in the county?
Well, that implies that you actually had the property foreclosed on by the state. And that would require that at least 2 to 3 years have gone by where you didn't pay any taxes. Okay? Did any of that occur? Can you hear me? Was there a 3-year period where you didn't pay any taxes?
What does the state have to do with this?
Well, believe it or not, the state has placed the property in receivership based on the basis of non-payment of property taxes. Okay?
Right. There was
a
sale.
Usually the state law holds that if you don't pay your taxes within 2 to 3 years, then they have a right to foreclose on the property for the taxes owed. Okay? All right? Are you with me so far?
Well, I was unmuted. I was muted there.
Right.
Yeah, now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There was a tax sale. And
but they don't do the tax sale until after 3 years of you being in default.
No, they do it first. They do it.
Really?
Yes. And then they wait 3 years. The collector issues a tax sale certificate and gives it to the purchaser.
Okay.
And the purchaser records the certificate.
So somebody is holding your property for the taxes owed because they went and paid the taxes. Now you got to pay that person back. Is that it?
Apparently, yes.
Certificate.
I don't know. Does it go to the town or to the person who bought them?
Usually what they do is they have a tax sale and they have people come in and bid on the property, and then those people hold that note for paying your taxes. And then if you don't pay it up, what happens is then they come and give that person the property to do with what they want, to recover what they want. And see, as long as they get their tax money, they don't care. Let's say you have a $300,000 property, but you only owed $85,000 on the thing for the taxes. They'll let the property go for $85,000, and that person
the
can
taxes
turn around and
were
sell
like
it for the $300,000.
We're talking about $8,000 for $450,000 or $500,000 value.
Exactly, really ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes.
See, that's what it is, and especially a lot of elderly people that are in their elder years and they're not well. They're required to have all kind of medical stuff, and so they're a lot of times picking between whether they should eat or buy their pills. It's kind of despicable of the state to come in here and all of a sudden, now that they're in their elder years, try and jam them further and put them out on the street for a taxes, a supposed taxes that's totally illegal anyway. Because it's totally illegal what they're doing. Now, here's what I want you to do. This is a big, one of those ones that I talked about at the beginning of the program.
Could you speak a little louder?
This is a big job, this one.
Uh-huh.
We're going to have you contact True.
Anne Marie.
Get your programming in terms of your grid locations and what we can get a hold of you, and then we're going to have to step by step walk you through what we can do to stop this kind of crap. Okay?
Okay.
And this is not going to be able to be answered. This is not going to be able to be answered on a program like this tonight. I can tell you that for sure. Because I'm going to have to walk you step by step through this and explain to you everything that has to be done so that I know that you know for sure that we're on the right program here.
Okay. Yeah, just contact Truth.
Otherwise, it's not going to get done right, and you're not going to have a good result, okay? But I'm telling you, we can write these people, and we can square them away on the law to the point where they leave you totally alone, and they take those liens off of your property, okay?
Sounds like music to my ears. Okay, West Maryland, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Hello, Angela. I directed a couple of donations to your site, and my computer shut down. I was able to get it back up, and someone had, I guess the system had sent over one of the automatic receipts, but there was a different recipient information name than your email address. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They both start. The first word starts with a C.
Yes, and the last word starts with an A.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, great. All right, no problem there. Now, and I'm for the Constitution Man.
Yes,
I spoke briefly on yesterday. I have a parole and probation issue. I'm a disabled veteran.
Okay.
And I got framed
You're the
up.
Air Force guy, right?
Army. I was Army, but that was
you're Army? Okay,
Tennessee
that's all right.
Air Force guy, yeah. And but a similar thing, I was framed up on a fraud charge, and it really had corrupted my name, my reputation. Never had a problem with the legal system in my life. And I spoke out on an issue that I found was corruptible to disabled people, and I was kind of targeted, and I was told about 6 months earlier before I went to court that they would sic the Attorney General's office on me, and unbelievable.
Well, this is what I was trying to explain to people earlier, that a lot of times you never intended to have all this attention for a small little thing that you thought was a small little thing, and all of a sudden this thing has taken over your whole life. You never planned on having that happen, you see.
Not at all.
And that's what people don't realize. Consequentially, sometimes when you do things, you need to understand that things can get really out of proportion fast, and then you are left to deal with it, and it can be rather cumbersome. And so we need to pick our fights very carefully, and then we need to make sure that we're not just doing some off-the-wall thing just to be what they call the way what if it put on the front page of the newspaper that you're a petulant child just looking for attention. You see what I'm saying? That's not our goal at all. What we are is serious citizens. We're trying to get you to do your job and honor the law the way it's written, the black letter of the law. That's what we're trying to do. And so what we got to do is make sure that we make our fights the real fights, the ones that are important, and not do things frivolously so that we end up getting targeted and then we get abused for a bunch of ridiculousness where it didn't even need to happen. You know what I'm saying? And this is kind of what you've gotten caught up in, although at the time you figured you were pretty well seriously involved and needed to do this. I'm sure you wouldn't have done it. But you didn't count on them doing all this stuff back to you, did you?
Well, not at
now
all.
Now we have to deal with it. So what we have to do is we have to create a deterrent effect so that they realize that you're not the one they want to pick on today. That they would just be wise to leave you alone and let you go your way, and you'll go your way and leave them alone. But if they're not going to leave you alone, then you're not going to leave them alone.
Is there any way to deal with the parole probation issue to make that go away at this point?
There is, if you can show me that we can put together an argument that says that the conviction was unlawful in the first place. Okay?
Sure, I can.
So that's what we need to do. Show that the conviction was unlawful. Now, what is the conviction about, if you can give me a rough idea?
Say it was fraud. Said $500 was stolen from a dead person, okay. And it was related to a business that I ran about 2 years earlier, but that really wasn't what it was about. It was about a letter that I directed forward to Health and Human Services on some issues that I uncovered that they got caught with their pants down after me trying to resolve it through various contacts and communication over 2 years earlier.
So somebody decided they were going to screw you around for daring to speak out. Is that what we're seeing here?
Pretty much that's what it is, a whistleblower type thing. And
well, I want you to look up Title 35. I want you to go online tonight, call up your internet, and I want you to look up the Whistleblowers Act. Now, there's a Federal Whistleblowers Act under Title 35, and there's another Whistleblowers Act called each state has their own as part of your civil rights programming for your state. Look up your whistleblower for your state, whatever state you're in that you're going to make a complaint, okay? Because that's the act we're going to bring forward. And see, it's a felony offense to encumber a whistleblower for daring to speak out. Did you know that?
I was aware of that as of recent, but what my understanding was that the new Whistleblowers Act that they enacted was actually coming down hard on the whistleblowers than actually it perceived.
If the whistleblower lied, yeah, I could see that. But if the whistleblower told the truth, then they don't have no course to come back on him. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
So you want to go to the internet and you want to call up the Whistleblowers Act. Just write in there, the Whistleblowers Act. Or you can say the Federal Whistleblowers Act under Title 35, because that's what it comes up under, okay?
Okay, great.
And you're going to see all of the sanctions against anybody to encumber or harass a whistleblower. I mean, it's a felony.
Okay. The judge repeatedly threatened contempt of court on me whenever I tried to bring up the issue of me submitting information I did, and he refused to let me at any point introduce the facts that I had in the matter as well as the contracts I had in place.
And that judge was bought and paid for, and we need to deal with him. You may have to file a lawsuit against him. Under Title 18, United States Code, Section 241 and 242 for the criminal side, it says right in there, 2 or more persons conspire to injure or otherwise oppress a citizen in the exercise of his constitutional rights or having so exercised same, he is subject to a $10,000 fine, 10 years in jail, or both have death results, life in prison. And then we go to Title 42, United States Code, Section 1983, 1985, and 1986. One in 1985, the judge had authority to fix this, didn't he? In 1986, he clearly knew he could have fixed it, but he didn't act timely to save your ass, did he? So guess what? He's totally liable. If you name him as a defendant and go especially with the Whistleblowers Act, he's going to be hurting in federal court. Plus, he's done a criminal act, so he no longer can be a judge. And we just start pouring the coals to him. Do you understand? We go after his bond. We go after we start letting him understand we file liens against his property. See how he likes screwed with.
Right.
At some point, he's going to try and look, can we sit down? Can we talk? Let's talk here. I want to resolve it. Okay, all right. What do you think we can do here? Well, I'd like to get my name cleared up, and I'd like to have it expunged, and all this crap they put on my name, and this probationary crap, and all this other stuff taken off my name. Because it was unlawful, immoral, unethical, and you know damn well they were violating my rights, especially as a whistleblower.
And I think they tried to pull me back in the system by fraudulently signing me up for a public defender lawyer, which I never requested, and he contacted me probably 30, 40 times. He tried to. He just left messages. I never really communicated him beyond the first.
Do you know what the term unequivocal means?
Yes.
Did the judge actually stand you up in court and say, are you sure you want to be your own attorney? Are you absolutely positive you want to be your own attorney?
Well, actually, what I went in, initially, I hired an attorney, and once I found out after the case was actually over, this guy was actually working with the prosecution office. But
you need to understand that the first duty of an attorney is to the court.
Yes, I've got my true education over the last 4 or 5 months. I wasn't aware.
Did you know that you waive all your constitutional rights by having an attorney? That you have to be the personal belligerent claimant in personam to get your constitutional rights honored? That an attorney can't do that for you?
I know that.
If you hire an attorney, you waive your rights?
Yes, I know that now.
But you have to be unequivocal when that judge asks you, are you sure you want to be your own attorney? Because if you're not unequivocal, he's going to appoint an attorney over you, and that's going to make you a guardian under the guardian ad litem law, and then you're a ward of the state, you're an incompetent, and the attorney is the only one who can speak for you, and you give up all your good arguments. Of course, you didn't realize that at the time. You see, you thought you were just trying to get this resolved, and you figure you could cooperate and just get this resolved. That's not the case. The more you cooperate, the deeper you get in, and that's the problem. That shouldn't be.
And that was one of the reasons why I refused to even speak with the public defender's guy. But I got some forms sent to me stating that my name was signed off requesting their services, and I never signed the form. So I think there's some fraud there somewhere.
Well, then you have to put in an affidavit that that's not your signature. We put in an affidavit, and we swear that's not my signature, Your Honor. I don't know whose signature it is, but it's not mine.
Okay, and lastly, I tried sending an email through to the email address that's on your site, Angela, and I kept getting a mail rejection.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I tried sending an email through with some information I wanted to forward on to Truth to your site that's on the private audio, and it kept coming back. I sent it to about 2 or 3 times, and it wouldn't go through.
To the email address for Truth?
No, I sent it to your site.
What do you mean, my site? I've got an email address on there. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I sent it to your email address that was at the bottom on the left-hand side. And,
oh, you know what? It might have been full. It might have been. It gets full really fast. So it might have gotten kicked back. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it got kicked back or something.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll
try again. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
try
did
again.
we ask your question? Did we answer pretty much your question?
Yes, sir, you did, and I surely appreciate that. And I'll try and make some communications through Truth to.
Get through Truth, and then get a name, and then we'll work something out with you, and we'll get you data that can help you. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Help you with. They'll leave you alone.
May I make a point of clarification? You can contact me directly as long as it's not concerning the webinar. You're to contact Angela to get to me only for the webinar. Any other question, contact me directly.
Oh, I see. And that is on your website. I mean, on Angela's page under your guest speaker's name.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, great. And like I said, you can get there in alphabetical order at the top of the page. On the guest speakers page, you can get to Truth. It's one click. And we have one more. Cleveland, go ahead. Did you have a question? I'm so happy that the Constitution Man's battery has held out for 3 hours.
It's flashing quite vigorously right now.
Oh, gosh. Okay, Cleveland, go ahead real quick.
Go. Stand up, hook up.
Go ahead, Cleveland.
Mr. Mike, good evening to you, sir.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Listen, you kind of touched me when you were talking about older people getting put out of their homes and stuff like that. For the listening audience, what would you recommend they do? For instance, if they have, or how would you recommend that they take total power of attorney to handle the affairs of their parents, seeing that, of course, older people are not up for battling the systems to be in the fraudulent system that it is, ripping them out of their homes after all of their years of labor, of work in society.
This is a big question. This is a very big question here. We're talking. There's a lot of things that they can do. Like everything, there's a start, there's a middle, and there's an end. In the start, what we have to do is get a hold of all the documents that are involved in the case. Then we have to study the documents to see what kind of clauses that they were put in their original contract, because as time has rolled on over the years, they've changed a lot of these contracts, and they've actually made it more beneficial to the lender and the mortgage company, and they may have an old contract that has their rights preserved better, okay, if they have an old contract. So we for sure need to see the documents. And the next thing we need to do is work out an amicable plan of going forward to challenge them for any errors that they've made on their record, whatever they may have made, anything. Then we have to look for fraud. Now, what we do is we have a professional forensic auditor that actually examines the mortgage and finds all of the errors in the case and is able to actually state on his professional stationery as a professional fraud examiner what he finds wrong and unlawful on this mortgage. And then what we do is we go in and we try and demonstrate that there was no due process. We try and demonstrate that you never got proper notice or a chance to even go to the sheriff's sale. And we actually go out and pull the documents of the sheriff to see that he's a bona fide sheriff, because we found some that weren't bona fide sheriffs.
Right.
So there's a lot of things to do, but first we need to have the documents and look at them carefully.
Okay. Well, I was just asking because not only are you're looking at mortgage situations with elder citizens, but you're also looking at, I know, at least 5 older couples still together, God bless them, and they got IRS issues. IRS stating back 10 years ago, they still got back tax situations. And they're gonna take it out of their Social Security. All of these other issues. So again, as children of these seniors, the steps to take as far as becoming the power of attorney over these issues.
Well, you can go to a standard Office Max or Staples, and you can get a power of attorney form, and they'll have blank forms, and then you can fill them in, and be very careful how you fill them in, and then they can take them to the individual grandparents or what have you and have them sign them designating you to be their power of attorney, but you need to make sure that you're going to be able to witness and acknowledge it or get it notarized properly, because you won't be able to record it unless it's properly witnessed and acknowledged, and all the blanks are going to have to be filled in. You can't have any blank forms in there, or you either have to have a not applicable, doesn't have nothing to do with this, or some in the form that fills in that form so that it's not left with blank spaces that can be added into later, you know what I'm saying? And then you go and file that at the county register and deeds office in the important documents file, okay? And you have the authority to speak on behalf of those elderly people.
Okay. Very well. All right. Well, thanks a lot for holding off this long. You did very well.
I'm highly motivated and highly trained, sir. Yes, sir. I can run to the sun.
All right.
Okay, we have one more real quick.
Okay.
Mitch, go ahead. Thanks, Cleveland.
Absolutely.
Constitution Man, this is Rich again with a PS to that last man's question. I have done exactly what you just said as far as getting power of attorney, but in being blocked from speaking in court. I have spoken with the bank off and on for 1.5 years. I'm in place. They speak to only me, blah, blah, blah. But we're running into the bar union.
Not going to let you practice law without a license. Now, you want the argument? You don't need a license. First of all, Your Honor, may it please the Court, I'm not practicing. I know exactly what the frank I'm doing. I don't need to practice. Secondly, Your Honor, I'm not in any trouble. I'm operating under Bailey versus Alabama, 219 U.S. 219, which is my right to work, contract, my labor, my skill, and my time of life as I see fit. Not according to what some union, guild, bar association, or club sees fit. I have a right to free association, and I choose to associate with who I choose to associate with, and I choose not to associate with the bar association. Now, lastly, I claim my right to work under Bailey versus Alabama, and my right to work and contract, my labor, and my skill, and my time of life is my constitutional right, protected by the Constitution of these United States and the Constitution of this state. And Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105, says no state may convert my constitutional right to work into a privilege and then and there require me to get a license and pay a fee for the exercise of that right. Further, Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham, Alabama, 373 U.S. 262 says if they do require me to get a license and a fee, I can ignore the license and a fee and engage in the right with impunity. That means they can't punish me. Now, since I relied on that, I have a perfect defense of the element of willfulness. Therefore, the prosecution on its best day couldn't prove that I did anything willfully, knowingly, and I did not avoid any known duty or task under law with a moral certainty. Therefore, he don't have a cause of action for which relief be granted. That'd be Michigan Court Rule 2.116, C, 8. I kindly collect my costs and fees here and defend this patently fraudulent and spurious complaint. May it please the Court, and I shut up. And the judge usually rolls around in his chair and says, "Oh, Mr. Prosecutor, would we venture a response?" And everybody just busts out laughing.
I get the impression you have said.
Usually will stand up and say, "On your feet, Prost, it's time for you to talk," you know. And the prosecutor eventually does stand up and say, "Well, Your Honor, in light of that documentation and the facts in counsel's argument, we would move to dismiss at this time," and the prosecution would pull the complaint. And they just let me go, and the judge said, "Case dismissed," and I walked out, and then the attorneys all jumped up and cheered. One of them walked up to me and said, "Son, I've been an attorney for 52 years. That's one of the finest arguments I ever heard shot from the hip, because I know they only gave you a minute to prepare. And I know one damn thing, when you go home tonight, drop them drawers. They got to be made out of solid brass, because I'll tell you what, you just blew the hell out of the Michigan Bar Association. Boy, they're going to love you."
Can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Trying to move this phone here and there so that I can hear you. Because if I hold it too close, then I can't understand what you guys are saying. All right.
Well,
can you hear me now?
That was the last call, correct, Angela?
Well, Cleveland popped up. I think he wants to ask one more thing, but I'll let you decide.
Go
Angela,
for it. We got the battery. Let's try it. We'll do it.
When will this be posted? Because obviously, Constitution Man.
It'll be up in it'll be up in 15, 20 minutes after we close out the call.
Wonderful. So I can go back and copy that down, because I certainly didn't get it first time around.
Thank you
all very much.
All right, yeah, and watch for the transcript. Hopefully somebody will make one, and then I'll get it up there. Also, if I have the cases that the Constitution Man has mentioned tonight, like that one, the Ruff versus
Isaac. But,
yeah,
but
that
it's an unpublished case. You're not going to find it published, so I'll have to get a copy.
Truth just
I'll
sent
have to get
it to
a copy
me.
to Truth. Oh, she did? Okay.
Truth, she did send it to me, so I'll go ahead and I'll put that up on Truth's page.
All right.
I'll make a particular section, and it'll say Constitution Man reference documents or something like that.
Okay.
Okay, so Cleveland.
Cases now, by the way, that's one of the leading cases on that issue.
Hello.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Cleveland, real quick.
Okay, how you doing, Constitution Man?
Hanging in there best I can.
Okay, now I'm doing great. I have one question.
You got a really bad connection there, Cleveland.
You got to go fast. Go fast.
Okay,
we're going to lose power.
A lot of people that have a lot of child support issues. How do we handle that?
Child support, we have to take a longer time. You'll have to contact Truth, and we'll have to set something up, because that's going to take some serious sit down, okay?
Okay.
And I can show you a lot of things to do. I don't know what your total goals are or what you're doing, but it's going to take some time to sit down and actually figure out a serious solution, and then effect an actual action to do it, okay?
All right, great. And Truth, did you have any closing comments?
Of course. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who made a contribution toward getting the Constitution Man a new PC, because as he was transferring me the data that you required, trust me, his computer died. And it takes a minute for me to reach his destination. A 2.5-hour drive is no joke. So as soon as he receives the new one, we'll be letting you know who all made a contribution, because Angela let the cat out the bag. But we were going to.
Sorry about that.
and I told you I would act surprised anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a surprise, but
yeah, it was a surprise.
I mean, his computer is like from 1992. Come on,
guys.
I'm
afraid it has seen better days. It really has performed magnificently, and all of a sudden it just flashed that blue, that all blue, no color, nothing, and then it just went black. But I got a good guy working on it right now. He might even be able to save it. We'll see.
Well, he's got, just as long as he backs up the files. And I just wanted you to know the reason it died, it was from the overload of him transferring the information that you guys were requesting. So I didn't get everything, but our next visit, hopefully he'll have a backup disk or something, and I can finish getting the information you requested. So you will be getting what you're requesting as soon as possible. But I didn't get everything. I just wanted to let you know I wasn't able to. And why?
Hang in there. We'll figure something out.
Right. And Marilyn, I'll be working with you personally on that issue. And I have the other young man in Florida. The two veterans will be with you shortly.
Okay.
And thank you so much.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate you even. It's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
It's my honor and my privilege also to work with folks that are really trying so hard. So.
Oh, no, thank you. The honor's ours, really. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I know we're going to have you on again real soon for part 3.
We'll work something out. I don't
All right.
Shot by my gal. Okay, all right. Well, I'll wish you guys a good night. God love you and keep you.
God love
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks again, Truth.
Thank
I'll
you.
be back to you.
Thank you, Mike. You have no idea.
Thank you. You tell everybody, dig in. We got to go twice as hard tomorrow.
All right, for sure.
Okay.
And I just want to thank you guys, those of you that really supported this. Thank you so very, very much. And you have to understand the reason that I was able to contact the gentleman. I'm like you. I had an issue that was above and beyond my control. It was out of my area of expertise, and I sought somebody that had the knowledge. So this is what it's all about. When you don't know how to do something, you have to go to somebody that does know and can point you in the right direction. But you can't expect people to do your due diligence for you. You all have a library. I travel the country, but I never leave home without area code 313-833-1000. That is the information place. That is the Detroit Public Library. They all know me. They all help me do my research. I don't care what state I'm in. I got the number to my library. I also have the number to the Wayne State Law Library out of Michigan. It's not that your library is not as good. I know my library. I can tell them what aisle to go to, what book I want them to pull, etc. I'm telling you, familiarize yourself with your own stuff. Whatever state you're in, go to the library. Introduce yourself to the librarian. Take them a candy bar or something. They'll be more than happy to accommodate you. Tell them you're a student. You're doing some research. They don't have to know that you're a litigant. You don't have to go in there, well, I'm fixing to sue somebody. Go in there like a student, like you are, because you're doing some research. You need some information. That's what the library is, the information place.
Well, I would highly second that. I would definitely highly second that. Libraries are one of my most favorite places, and I'm always amazed at what we find. It's almost like a fishing expedition every day, and we don't know how many big fish we're going to catch today. And all of a sudden, we'll be strolling through and doing something and looking in this, and all of a sudden we find, oh, God, look at this. Man, oh, man, we could have used this on that other case a week ago, you know. I mean, it's just amazing. Every time I go, it's always an invigorating event.
That's
so
right.
I highly recommend you get familiar with your law library, and you get down there periodically and make sure you go and research, because without the research, you can't do this stuff. You have to have some kind of facts. And then this Attorney General tells me, and I hate you guys because every time you come, you bring such god-awful facts. Where do you get this stuff? And then I got to sit there and answer it. And then the judge is sitting there telling me, never before as a young man, not an attorney, so literally overwhelmed when the counsel for the prosecution, a licensed attorney. Then I got to go upstairs and listen to everybody going, hey, you take on any big cases today? I heard you got whomped by a pro se litigant. Oh, shut up. You know, says I hate going against you guys. You guys are unbelievable. And, you know, I know you're either really, really good or you're really, really bad, but I don't get to find out till the exact day of the trial, and that's a little bit too late. So he hated us. He said, I wish you guys would just go away. So I encourage you, get out there, let's do something. Let's not sit on our duffs and pretend stuff's getting done, because it's not. Somebody has to get off their duff and go do it, and that's you and me. We got to go do it. So that's the name of the game. All right, I'm going to wish you good night. God love you and keep you at peace, and a good night's sleep, and we'll be back to you again.
All right, good night. We love you.
Good night, good night, good night. Sweet sleep, sweet sleep.
Yeah, I gotta sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good night. All right, well, that's it. It's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. I'm going to end the recording. Call. Yes, it was. Hi, Harold. You didn't pipe in at all. What happened?
Well, actually, I was working while he was talking, and I did have a question, and I forgot it.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, because even Michael James Anthony was saying, wow, I wish you had your question, because I know we would have learned something. But it's one of those things. I have to multitask.
Well, we all do, but you know you're always, if you happen to remember what it is, you know, that either Skype me, email me, call me on the cell, whatever, right. And I'll make sure it gets to him. And hopefully, first of all, let me thank you personally for your donation towards this PC. It was so very timely. I'm telling you, you know, for us to drive all that way and then, you know, the thing dies on us and stuff.
Yeah.
See, these people, they're asking for stuff and you don't even realize that, hey, it's not like walking out the door, going down the street to get this information for you. I have to leave the state.
See, we both know, based on our own trials and tribulations, what you go through. So when you have a warrior out there, that's a resource. You have to support that. Otherwise, the light will go out. So when the call went out, I was probably the first one to put the donation in because I understood.
Yep, you were.
He has legacy, and I'm telling you guys, he has a legacy, and somebody needs to be the recipient of it. You know, because somebody has to. Because
I do know another person in your area that knows him personally. That he left a whole lot of stuff with also. But, yes, it has to be disseminated. Otherwise, it'll die. So I'm just glad that he entrusted you with it, and we know what it'll be handled appropriately.
Well, yeah, most of the information I've already given it to Angela. She's going to post it. So you really don't have to email me personally. You can if you like. I try to answer all my emails ASAP. You know, I don't know what the problem was with the call last Thursday, but I answer all my emails. If you send me a contact number, I will call you. You know, so I'm just letting you know. I do try to accommodate, but it's easier if she posts it, then everybody could go to one spot and get the information.
Instead of sending out a million emails with the same thing on it.
Right, because I'm answering my own personal emails, and I'm run an interface for him. And this is his decision. It wasn't mine. I'm not blocking. This is his choice. This man does not want to be spoken of. And you have to respect that.
I know, and already somebody sent out an email with the recording and then the video and an email about saying his latest seminar, and it was our call. So anyway, whatever, right. It's okay, it's out there.
Yeah, because when I showed him, so you think that he's 21st century. You think that. When I showed him my private audio, he said, my wife is going to kill me. I said, this is on the internet. He did not know that.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, no.
No, I'm not. And another thing, you keep bringing up other gurus. This man is in court almost every day of the week. He doesn't know what they do. He doesn't know what I do for a living. I went to him because I needed help with a particular situation. So you can't bring up, what Truth said and what Truth do. He doesn't know that because that's not our relationship. My relationship was for my particular situation. I have no reputation with this person, and I love our relationship. You think he know about Doug Riddle? No, he doesn't. You think he knows about the webinars going on with Gene Keating? No, he doesn't. You think he knows about the executive letter? No, he doesn't. Come on, he has a computer since 1992 that he was using. You really think he's keeping up with our community? He's not. He's in court. He just.
We have to bring him up to speed.
Right. We just told you he got a court in the Michigan Supreme Court. He's in court constantly. He's not just talking. He's going to court for the little guy constantly. He doesn't have time to be on the internet looking up this method, that method, or whatever. And the stuff he does works. He knows how to apply it. That's why I'm there, because I know for a fact, I've seen his paperwork. I know he doesn't lose. See, that's the benefit when you're homegrown. See, I can locate him. I could go to, when he's in court, all you got to do is tell me what city and state he's in, and I can get there. You understand? Because I know Michigan. That's my home state. If he's in Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Lansing, wherever, he could be in Sault Ste. Marie. I know how to get there. And
at 100 miles an hour.
Shut up. Now, see, that wasn't even nice, but it's true. I can't be mad at it.
I had to do that, Truth. I'm sorry, but I just had to do that.
Yeah, she told the story, so.
You're not sorry, but it's the truth, because I'm just saying.
You don't want another Ohio incident now.
But I learned how to drive. Our minimum speed limit was 70. I can't help it what they changed y'all's to, but, I'm old school, too.
What everybody else has as a maximum is your minimum.
That's right. And there is no law against speeding. I don't care what.
Well, you have the right to travel.
That's right. At any rate of speed you choose, as long as you don't hurt or injure or damage somebody's property.
That's right.
Nobody's going to drive 100 miles an hour unless the highway is straight and clear, no traffic. Come on now, I'm not crazy. I'm a speed demon. I need a straightaway. I'm not going to be dodging traffic.
I started something, didn't I?
Yes, you did. And I'm going to make you pay. I'm going to make you pay.
Is that a threat or a promise?
Yeah, I love you guys, and I really appreciate your support in this matter. And, we've been blessed, and I just wanted to share a blessing. When I was able to locate him, I just wanted to share with you. I was blessed to find the man. I know his value. I wanted to share it. And I just thank Angela for allowing us to use her conference call as a vehicle.
Oh, my pleasure.
Well, thanks to both of you from me.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Because this thing, she's always saying, you people in TV land, come on now.
I like that. That's so cute.
Isn't that cute? Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so cute. I love that.
Just adorable, yes. But he's got to slow down, Mama Mia.
We got to get him a microphone that stays put in front of his mouth and turn the speed down from 78 to 45, and we got it made.
Really? I gotta we'll make recordings of this call in slow motion or at a slower rate of speed.
You know, we do our own camcorder and stuff, and maybe I can get him in a library setting, and we can record him without showing him, and just let him talk, where we can control, you know, the speed. After the thing, we can slow down the speed to the audio.
No, he just needs to slow down.
But that's how.
You know, it shouldn't be that difficult. I just didn't want to keep jumping in there and, you know, telling him. But
you're not, girl.
He's been like that for years.
Right.
That's his enthusiasm.
You can't say.
Well, he's got the stuff memorized, so it just comes right off his lips, man. It's like a million miles an hour.
Right. So it's our fault that we don't know it. It ain't his fault because he know it. Because the point of it is, if you don't rattle it off like that, the judge will cut you off.
You're right.
So that's why he learned how to speak so fast. You know. And I'm still trying to memorize a lot of the stuff that he's taught. You know, like
he's got a memory like a sieve, man. He's got all that information locked up in there. It's incredible. I can't believe it. You know, I can't remember half of this stuff. I gotta read it.
But see, it actually comes from, like True said, he's in the court all the time. He's in the law library. He's actually handling the books. And once you do this stuff repetitively, there's some key and cornerstone, you know, case law that you're going to remember.
Exactly. You know, that's the difference with what I do. I go to court with and for my clients. That's different than somebody that's just teaching. Right. You know, when you're in the courtroom, you just have a different, you know you have to know your stuff. You know you have to be able to recite it. You know you don't have time to be looking down on a piece of paper. It's a totally different mindset.
And oftentimes, in my experience, because the opposing attorney don't know what's going on, you basically control the whole courtroom. When you get up there, you control everything because you bring stuff that the judge is not even aware of.
And that's the whole thing. The element of surprise. Bring the case law in a physical copy. Have it timestamped and give it to the attorney in the courtroom during the process, and give the judge his copy to put into the evidence folder. I'm telling you, he cannot go around it.
Yep.
But if you timestamp it and have it with your case, that paper could get lost, or that wasn't a part of your original complaint. But if you hand it to him in the courtroom, physical copy, timestamp, and enter it into the evidence file, it's in the record.
Yeah, because what I normally do, I make extra copies. You'll give one to the clerk up front, but you'll take another copy. I call them courtesy copies for the judge and for the attorneys. No excuse. Everything's there.
You'd be surprised how they lose your paperwork.
I know. I've been there, done that.
But you know, you guys, you say you want to do this, we can do this. And Dave, I had contacted MJ to assist us with our Precious Angel in Idaho, I'm sorry, because MJ is not that far from them.
Oh, good. I was going to talk to Sam Davis about that.
MJ, Michael James Anthony, is in Idaho, and he says she's just a stone's throw away from him.
That's good, and you know there needs to be a real crowd when she goes back to court.
Right. So I just want you to know I'm mustering up
You know, I know you're working on it. I've already gotten some feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have to take care of our angels because
that's right.
You know, she has a lot of wisdom that she could, you know, somebody need to be hanging around her with a tape recorder.
Mm-hmm.
And
well,
that's real.
Yeah, she's got some people looking out for her.
No,
like
but
I
I'm
said,
talking about depositing her legacy. She has some wisdom about her life that she needs to leave to us.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody needs to be hanging out with her with a tape recorder just to capture. You know what I'm saying?
a little far away, yeah.
Well,
you need to get somebody there.
I heard my name. I heard somebody say my name.
Oh, I didn't even know you were still on the phone.
I just unmuted me a minute ago.
Oh, okay.
Demuted.
Well, thank you so much for, I thank you in advance for all that you're going to do for me. And I really appreciate you answering my call once I put out the net, for my precious angel there that's in Idaho with you.
Thank you. And I sent you a link in the chat to the Citizens of Idaho.
Yes.
So you can kind of take a look at that. And so it's something that you guys should know, that when Ruth receives assistance, she's going to receive it from the Citizens of Idaho. And we have, I was mentioning it earlier to Mike, that we have registered that as an unincorporated association in the state of Idaho. And the reason we did that is because the Unincorporated Association Act states that any member of the unincorporated association may appear, defend, intervene, in any way become involved in an administrative or judicial proceeding in the state of Idaho if they have a right and a claim similar to the person who's going into that judicial or administrative proceeding. So we go in there and we're like, hey, Citizens of Idaho are here because we have an interest in this case. If it's a traffic case about a driver's license or registration, whether it has to do with a foreclosure or credit cards, whatever it happens to be, if it affects me as one of the citizens of Idaho, then the Unincorporated Association has the right, even in their own statutes, to appear, defend, and intervene in that proceeding. And we just lay it right on the line. And they're really, I think they're probably having meetings about us. And the other day, yeah, my friend Milt, he's on the website of the Citizens of Idaho. He sent me there's a list of everybody who's clicked on our website, and two of them that came up just a few days ago were DHS.com. And I think you recognize that as the Department of Homeland Security.
Uh-huh.
So I told Milt, I said, we're doing everything according to the law. Not only the law, we're even going according to their own statutes. There's nothing they can say about it. And so what we're thinking about doing is contacting the Department of Homeland Security saying, hey, we noticed you clicked on our website. We hope you like what you saw. And, the state of Idaho, the corporation, the de facto corporation, state of Idaho, seems like it might be a threat to the homeland. So we sure would like your help. We appreciate you clicking on our website. Maybe you could send somebody down to meet with us so we can get some help in dealing with these guys because they're out of control. And what I did was, the reason we did this was that last year, we all know Walter Burian, Mr. Kafferman. So it led me to go find the Idaho Kaffers. So, Idaho's, they've got billions and billions of dollars in their Kaffer. And I'm looking through the Kaffer report, and I'm clicking down, right near the very beginning. It has an organizational chart of the state of Idaho. And at the very bottom of the chart, it has all the agencies and all the offices, health and welfare, Department of Correction, all of those little agencies. And then above that, it has the officers, let's see, I've got it right in front of me here. Oh, yeah, Attorney General, State Treasurer, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, and then above that, it has the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. And above that, at the very top of the organizational chart, published by the state of Idaho on their own CAFR website, in that report are the citizens of Idaho. We're on the top. Now, how the hell did we ever get at the bottom below water resources, Public Utilities Commission, and law enforcement? No. We're not down here. We're up there at the top. And we're taking our place at the top of that organizational chart, and we're sticking it in their face. I say, wait a minute. We're at the top of this chart, citizens of Idaho, and here we are. We're a registered, unincorporated association, and we're here to intervene.
I think we need to try to follow suit. We need people in every state to follow suit and do an unincorporated association for the citizens of whatever this state you belong to.
I really think that most states, and the ones that I've seen, they do have an unincorporated association act. It's not a corporation. It's not a trust. It's not a partnership. It is an unincorporated association.
I have an application for California. I know about it. So, Dave, if you do one for your state, Angela do one for her state, I do one for my state, and Harold does one for his state, I believe, I'm not for sure, that if you have an issue, my state can come support your state. My Citizens Unincorporated Association can come support your Citizens Unincorporated Association. It's the full faith of credit. Hello.
That's right.
Article 1, Section 4.
Michael?
Yeah.
Would you please send me an email? I want to get in touch with you about having you talk on the United States Does Your Government call next Wednesday night and explain that so people from all over the country will hear that?
No, I'd be happy to.
Okay. My email address is knockoutcollectors, KNOCK, outcollectors at swbell, like Southwestern Bell, .net.
SW Bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, Southwest Bell. See, this could be what Carl was, I am so sorry I said that. This could be what somebody suggested we do, is take the first step and organize ourselves, and we be a somebody. I don't know if you recall that exact conversation when it was spoken. When they were referring to somebody ought to do something. Well, yeah. I'm a somebody, so you do something. So we know that this works, and possibly we could just go through our email list and find out who's interested, because I already have the application for the Unincorporated Association and the instructions. Like I said, it happens to be for the state of California, but it shouldn't be that difficult to find one for your home state. And we can start organizing interstate support for one another.
Well, we can talk about this on the call next Wednesday, and we've got people from all over the country that are on that call. So we can spread it far and wide in one shot.
And what was your first name? Do you have an alias?
This is Dave. Just Dave Mack.
Dave.
Just Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah. Shoot me an email, and we'll talk.
Because I have a friend of mine, Gary, and he's probably read every page of every Idaho code. And what we found was, at one point, the Idaho legislature was bound and determined to protect the people from the government itself. And guess what? They left all those codes in there. And we found them.
That's great.
Yeah. And you know what? A lot of the codes, and I had a friend of mine, one of my first teachers, tell me that he found in one of the Idaho code books from years ago, like the 1930s, that the Idaho code is controlled by the California code. And when I go into the California code and I try to help people in California and I do research there, I notice there's a there's a great similarity in the way those California codes are written and the Idaho codes. And we found one 18-703. It's in the criminal code. And it says that any person who, under pretense, color of process, or any other legal authority, detains or arrests another person against their will without regular process or lawful authority is guilty of a misdemeanor. The only place I've ever seen it, and I've heard people say it, I've said it a million times, everything that is lawful is legal, but everything that's legal is not lawful. If you have lawful authority, that's one thing, but legal authority, no. You can't subject me to your legal authority. And it's right there in that code. So anytime somebody in Idaho gets pulled over and they get a ticket, we go into court and we say, hey, guess what? That cop committed a misdemeanor because he detained that person against their will by legal authority, not by lawful authority. And there's a big difference. And so this is where Idaho is trying to protect the people from encroachment. And that code, almost word for word, is in California. Almost word for word. The difference between what's legal and what's lawful. So what we're doing is, in Idaho, it's one of the two states that I know of, Ohio and Idaho, where a private person can initiate a criminal complaint. State of Idaho, State v. Murphy. The Supreme Court ruled that the complaint code and the court rule on filing a complaint is interpreted to mean that a private person can bring a criminal complaint straight to the magistrate. You don't have to take it to a prosecuting attorney because he's just going to shit can it anyway. You go straight to the magistrate. Well, if there's probable cause, he's going to have a preliminary hearing, and guess what? There's going to be a trial, and the guy's going to have to plead guilty. So you hit him with 5 or 6 charges, and you say, look, if you drop this, we'll drop this, this, and this if you plead guilty to illegal arrest and seizure. Now that cop is no longer a cop. He's gone, and that's going to set up a red flag for all these other cops wondering, hey, is this going to happen to me next? I got to be careful who I pull over. So we're going to get bumper stickers, Citizens of Idaho, to put them on notice. And if they pull us over, they're going to get sued civilly, like Mike says, and I love it when he says that because I always tell people the same thing. Just sue them. You got to sue these guys. You can't just let them get away with it. Now we have criminal charges that we can bring, and we can either file a complaint, but then Gary told me, he said, you know what, you don't even have to file a complaint, just issue a citation. And I thought, wow, what a great idea. So we looked online on Criminal Rule 5 in Idaho, and it talks about the citation. And on the website, they have an actual sample of what every page of a citation looks like from a police citation book. And right at the bottom where it says signature, it says signature of officer or party. Party meaning me, you, anybody who happens to see another person committing a misdemeanor can sign that citation. And hey, guess what? I'm writing you a ticket. How would that be turning the tables on the cops? You pull me over? Yeah. Well, you going to write me a ticket? Tell you what, I'll write you one first. Here. Boom. 18703. You pulled me over by legal authority. Because the only lawful authority or regular process is a valid, lawful judicial warrant issued from a judicial court. And I don't think one has ever been issued in this country, ever. Or if they have probable cause that you just committed a felony or you're about to commit a felony. None of this traffic stuff, pulling you over for not putting on your turn signal, that's lawful authority. That's not lawful authority. That's legal authority. They committed a misdemeanor. And you could ask the cop right there, oh, are you pulling me over by your legal authority? Yes, I am. Oh, thank you. You just admitted to committing a misdemeanor. Here's a ticket. Boom. Hand him a citation. What's he going to do? He's going to be like, oh, my God, I just got a ticket. How do you like it? You write tickets all day long? Guess what? Now you got one. What are you going to do about it? Because we're going to take it right down to the magistrate, to the clerk of the court, and say, hey, if this guy doesn't show up, we want him arrested for failure to appear.
That's
Turn
right.
it right around.
Have a case issue for him just like they would us.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, citizen's arrest. That's very good.
Yep.
Thank
good
you.
For
I'm
the goose.
going to do some research on that.
Yeah, good for the goose, good for the gander.
Why not?
I heard that earlier today. In fact, I even drafted a complaint. I can send you a copy of it.
Oh,
I drafted a complaint. It's got check boxes, so you can just check it off. Have you arrested me or detained me against my will? Well, I'm detaining you against your will. Okay, check. Do you have a warrant for my arrest? No? Oh, no, check that one. Is there a breach of the peace somewhere? No? Okay, don't check that box. Do you have probable cause that I just committed a felony? No? Okay, don't check that box. Okay, so what you've done is you've detained me against my will for some pretense or under color of process. Oh, by your legal authority, right? Right. Oh, good. Check that box. Boom. You have your tape recorder running. He's got his running too, probably. And he just admitted that he committed a misdemeanor.
Well, we do have citizens in Michigan now that have, we have camcorders mounted on our dash.
There you go.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
All right, everybody. Let's say good night.
Okay.
And we'll do this again. We've gone 4 hours and 35 minutes. It's
wow.
I'll record it. I know. Thank you, Michael, James Anthony, for joining us. Dave, everybody, Harold, Truth, thank you so much. And, of course, the Constitutional Man. Thank you. And we'll do it again. I'll let y'all know when we're going to do it again.
All right.
Otherwise, we'll see you on Sunday with John Stewart and Monday with Dave on Dallas Debt Discussion. And then, like you said, Wednesday on the du jour.
Government call.
There you go. Good night, everybody. I love you. Good night, Truth. Good night, everybody.
Love you. Love you,
Good night,
guys.
Angela, Truth, Michael. Thanks,
Good night.
everybody.
All right. Sweet sleep to everyone. Love you guys.
Thank you. Good night.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.